funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hi. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. What a gorgeous and breezy day, live from downtown Cleveland. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora in an alternate direction.
Hello. I'm here.
I hear.
I'm here.
They said, I hear.
I also hear.
Yeah. And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
He's small and he's white and he's ready to fight.
White?
I don't know. If you would like to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us on the phone. Or 800-348-1007. You can send a text to me, 35192. You can go to alancoxshow.com. I hear, it reminds me of, I don't remember when it was. It was just a few weeks back, and it was Gwen and I and our daughter, and it was just the middle of the day on a weekend. And I was like, you know what sounds good as a hamburger? And we just wanted to go somewhere near where we were. And it just happened to be Red Robin. So we duck into a Red Robin there or whatever. And, you know, they have the little tablets now at a lot of these places where you can order from the tablet. You can pay on the tablet. They still have wait staff to help. I'm never quite sure what the protocol is there because a woman will come by and say, hey, can I get you started with something? But there's also a tablet where you can do everything right there. So I don't know what the protocol is on that. It's probably a little from column A, a little from column B. But at the end, when you pay on the tablet and tip and the whole thing, they ask if you'd like to leave a review of the service. And the lady was fine. The food was fine. And so my review was, it good. And my daughter thought that was the funniest goddamn thing she's ever seen in her life. I said, so ever since she's been like, if we ask her something, she says, it good. And so I hear it good. You know, who knows how you're supposed to review things. But review culture has been around, oh my goodness, since time immemorial. I'm sure that there were people who were leaving spears up and spears down on cave paintings, if you go that far back. People who didn't like the way the musk ox was cooked the night before over the fire. I don't know. But anyway, welcome. I hope everybody had a lovely Valentine's Day. Mary had a show last night. And
Oh, did I?
Was it one of those?
Oh, boy.
Really?
It was, it might have been the most.
Did you eat a big fat one?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it might have been the most rowdy, unruly crowd I have ever had.
On Valentine's Day.
On a Tuesday.
Because they were feeling themselves.
Valentine's Day. It was about a half hour before I told a joke because there was about, I'd say probably 10 people who could not stop yelling.
This was Cuyahoga Falls, where they're looking for
Yes.
any kind of fun they can have at any given time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It felt like these couple tables physically could not keep their mouths shut. They were yelling things, they were shouting things, they were cutting off jokes, they were talking to one another. It was
very, very annoying and frustrating for the performer.
Well, and for the other 120 people who paid to be there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was the most work I have had to do on stage in quite a while, where I tried everything with these people. I tried engaging them. I tried ignoring them. I tried being mean to them. I tried being nice to them. I tried
Did you
everything.
try ordering them some potato skins?
I did not buy them any food.
If you would have bought them food, that might have shut them up.
That might have done it.
Yeah, you should have stuffed their mouths full of whatever happens over there. Hummus or whatever.
Very,
hummus is so good.
very drunk. We had some hummus last night. It was delicious. At one point, they would not let go of me bringing Brian on stage, my boyfriend.
Oh, God, you did that? Why did you do that?
I did not do that,
Oh.
but they were chanting,
Oh, he was there.
Brian, for like 3 straight minutes, and I just stood there because I was like, you guys have to stop.
Now,
You
how did
have
they
to
know he
stop."
was there?
This one girl, I was trying to do bits about moving in together. And this drunk girl in the front row, she was an absolute mess. She was just like, "Is he here?" And I was like, "Yep, he's in the back."
That is a must-lie situation.
I know.
That is on you.
I know, that's on
Yep.
me.
You never give it up.
So then that was a recurring thread throughout the show, that whenever they felt like it, mid-joke, not mid-joke, in between jokes, they would just start yelling his name and chanting for him to come on stage. It was an experience. It was definitely an experience.
Mary, apparently unfamiliar with the concept of giving the people what they want.
And he's not going to come on stage. And I said that 10 times. I was like,
You
"You're
should have joined the
wasting-"
chant.
Yeah.
Brian.
I was like, you guys are wasting your time and energy. And then
He's here. He's living. He's laughing. He ain't loving this, though.
he's not coming up.
You got to have all 3 legs of the stool. You got to have the live. You got to have the laugh. You got to have the love.
Well,
I don't know if there's something going on right now with the Mercury in retrograde or whatever causes people to just be. Maybe it's all the toxic fumes in the air.
Maybe.
But it seems like yesterday was a very drunk Valentine's Day.
These people everyone was drinking pitchers of Long Island's, of whatever.
Well, my
I think
girlfriend's a bartender.
there's still a lot of people who might not have been going out for a while, and incrementally, more and more of those people are going out, and they are going bananas.
I think these are people that are just going out and just
Hammered.
getting hammered.
So drunk.
My girlfriend is a bartender. She said people were pretty lit up at the place she works. It's a restaurant, so you're not usually getting people really drunk there, but they're pretty, they were enjoying themselves. But her friend works at a different, like, fancy restaurant, and she said that someone threw up into a wine glass.
Oh, my God.
And it's like, what are you doing
It was wild.
Like, what is
So
going
not that-
on with people that you're like,
So not fancy anymore.
yeah, getting
Right.
so drunk on Valentine's Day that you're like, is that how people act on Valentine's Day? I've never really celebrated Valentine's Day.
I've always had low-key Valentine's
Yeah.
Days where we'll exchange chocolates, maybe go out to dinner if we have the time. But
Exchange chocolates.
Yeah.
He'll give you some. You'll give him some.
Chocolates are a big thing in our house. Chocolate
Right, but why
is-
wouldn't you just have one thing of chocolates?
Because we like different chocolates.
Oh.
He's. I like Take Fives too, but
Yeah.
he's a Reese's
Oh,
guy.
that's so good.
Take Fives are the best.
Oh, my God, Take 5.
But
It's got all 5 things you
It's
want.
got everything you could ever need.
Yeah.
But he likes Reese's Cups. Not a big fan, so I'll prefer a Twix or a Kit Kat. But yeah. The show, it was crazy because people leaving the show, audience members were apologizing to me, not the drunk ones. Regular audience members were like, "Hey, we're sorry, this is our city." They were like, "Sorry, it went like that." At one point, I was so frustrated that I kind of broke the fourth wall, and I told them, I was like, "You guys, all I had to do tonight, my only goal, other than entertaining you, was to get 5 minutes of a clean clip out of a 45-minute set." And you guys have not even allowed me to tell a joke.
Oh, no.
And then they were like,
You're chastising the audience.
Dude, it got 30 straight minutes of fighting with people.
Yeah.
That is infuriating. And it got to the point where they were like, do the 5 minutes. And I was like, okay, maybe this is how I can get them all on the same page. Is if I can get them to shut up for 5 minutes all at the same time, then we can continue the last 15 minutes of the show like a normal show. I was like, listen, there's a couple jokes I'm going to do that you guys have already heard. Okay, no problem. Yeah, do the clean 5 minutes. We got it. I got about 2.5 minutes in, and they were so drunk and so confused that I had repeated jokes that they were silent. So I went from fighting and screaming and yelling over people to chastising them to them to bombing, essentially, for 2.5 minutes. And then I was like, screw this. This is a nightmare. There's no
Good night,
rhyme or
everybody.
reason. Right.
Yeah, all right.
I was
Wow.
like, there's no rhyme or reason to this show.
Huh.
But then it was such a weird mix of people because then I had a couple people message me on Instagram like, that's the best show I've ever seen. And I was like, this was a train wreck from start to finish. Like, I don't know how.
Well, because the audience liked the full thing.
Yeah.
You're coming at it from the perspective of, well, this stinks because I didn't get to do what I'm here to do. But the audience, like, oh, it was great. There were people yelling, and Brian was there. You know, they're encasing the totality of the experience, and you're just getting one thing of it.
Well, because I was worried. I was worried that people got
that the purge was going to break out.
Well, that too. There was a revolt happening. Well, no, because people got babysitters and had a night and dinner. So I was worried that people would be upset that it wasn't it wasn't really a comedy show on my end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not on you, though.
Right, but I was like, but still, if you've invested $250 in a night.
Well, they know where they live.
And so I was worried about that, but that doesn't seem to be the consensus at all. It seems to be people absolutely loved it, and then no one that was drunk reached out to me, so they probably are still asleep.
They don't remember being there.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I saw your show last night. It was pretty good.
The best I can say for last night at the Funny Stop, thank you for a sellout show. It happened. That's like it was.
It happened.
It was a thing that had
We've
occurred.
all lived to fight another day.
And today's a new day, and we're gonna keep going forward.
That's
you know?
right.
There you go. That's the
Yeah, right.
attitude
I
you
think
can
so.
have.
That's the
Yesterday was
spirit.
yesterday. Today we're gonna eat half off chocolates. I think that's what we're.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a break right here. And when I come back, I'll have another $1,000 for you. So listen for those keywords. Last week to win, but between now and the end of it, you got plenty of chances to win. So that Go Fund Yourself is on the way. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Well, I get it. Another $1,000 for you in about 6-7 minutes, 2:30. So listen for that keyword to go fund yourself last week to grab one of those. So when you get them, whether it's with Rover or Stansbury or me, Corey, make sure you're trying to win. Kyle in Westlake. What's going on, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on today? Mary, I was at the show last night. I was sitting next to the shroom guy.
Oh, yeah?
Good for you.
I'm
So
sorry.
you
know.
Kyle was
shouting in your ear the whole time.
Kyle was witness to the whole
my
fracas.
God. I just want to let you know the show is still great, but I figured like me and my wife want to go when you're at the hilarities, and hopefully it'll be a little bit less heckling.
It was just, that was like a once in a lifetime thing. So I don't know that it was necessarily, I think it was just a perfect storm of people being drunk and excited to be out, and it's a Tuesday, and I don't know what it was, but I appreciate you coming, and I would like to make it known that that's not how it normally goes.
There had to be a part of us.
right,
However,
cool. You
thank
have a
you,
good
Kyle.
day.
Thanks for
Thank
hanging
you.
out. There had to be a part, albeit small, there had to be a small part of Brian that loved watching all that go down.
I don't think Brian has ever seen me have a bad show.
That's why he loved it.
Because he only ever.
He's like, I got to see the other side of the coin.
He generally comes out when I'm like he came the first show he came to, I sold out at Hilarities. You know what I mean? And then he came to like my album recording, or he'll see me open for Dave Attell. You know what I mean? So that last night was the first time.
When you're playing with house money, he shows up.
Yes,
Yeah.
he comes to the big shows, you know?
Right.
And so last night was the first time I think he had seen me struggle.
You know,
And-
Bill's Eskimo Brothers with the big show.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
There you go. Hell yeah.
So was the drive home just him consoling you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty much me crying.
Honey, don't worry
He's
about
like,
it.
You're not a bad comic.
You can sit on my face when we get home.
He had a lack of work day today. They've been doing those lately, which is like there's just not enough work to go around. So
Lack of work day.
there's not enough
There's
work
a
to
lot
go
of
around.
garbage out there.
I guess not that much.
What?
So you can take the day off. You don't get paid, but you're not like penalized for it. So for the first time in a very long time, we got to have morning sex, which is like,
Your boyfriend works in waste management,
Mm-hmm.
and you're saying there isn't enough work to go around right now?
sometimes there's like
Have
randomly
you been out there?
there's like randomly slow weeks or days
Guys,
or whatever.
There's no garbage. I don't know what to tell
Or
you.
if they have a lot of employees and they give it to the people with the highest seniority. So they're like, hey, you want to take a day off? He's like, I absolutely do.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's why he came to the show last night, because he didn't have to go into work at 4 o'clock this morning.
Right.
So he
I
came to the
see.
show last night. And, yes, we were consoled with. I honestly think morning sex might be the best thing that's ever been invented.
Well, because you're still kind of hazy.
Yeah.
Now, do you brush your teeth before?
I did. I was the initiator.
Yeah.
I do, too.
Woke up,
Some
went
people-
to the bathroom, brushed my teeth.
Some people want it warts and all in the morning, and I'm
no.
like, I want to brush my teeth. And, one of us has to brush our teeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then you baby bird the toothpaste into the other person.
Yeah. That's
gross,
right,
dude.
man.
We actually, whenever that's the situation, we don't do a lot of kissing. A little bit, little pecks here, but we're like not
Yeah, it's not a
making
makeout.
out.
Morning makeouts aren't.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But it was, so that helped.
Now, because you are on a different kind of schedule, does morning for you mean 11:30?
It was like 10.
Okay.
It wasn't 7,
Not 6 a.m.
but he didn't have
They
to
were
work,
still
so he
serving
slept
breakfast.
in.
It was still during breakfast hours.
It was breakfast hours.
Where?
And
At Wendy's.
Oh, at Wendy's?
Can get it
Oh.
place. No place else even serves breakfast.
Why haven't you told me that before?
I tell you every day.
All right.
He doesn't listen to the show.
I guess
He
not.
doesn't listen to the show, Bill. But yeah, so he was consoling me on the way home, and it was so funny because I tried to explain it to him. Like it got to a point where I'm like bitching and trying to go over the scenario in my head, and like, what did I do wrong type of a thing, and he started to get like frustrated.
Yeah, because why would you go down that road? You've had bad
Yes.
shows before. That's
Yes.
all this was.
He was like, "Dude, you're not a bad comic. Like, let it go." He was getting
Right.
annoyed that I
Yeah,
was
you're
annoyed.
just a female comic.
I know.
There's
Yes,
nothing you can do
it's
about
just
it.
women are not funny. I mean, that's all there is to it.
See, I had kind of an opposite thing. I did a show Monday in Amherst, and I walked in and I thought it was going to be that.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be
Rowdy.
a
and-
rowdy shrimp show, and they ended up being fantastic. Like they were
That's always good.
hanging on to my every word. I mean, they were having drinks and having a good time, but like I was able to do the material that I wanted to do, and it went really well because a lot of that stuff is newer stuff. I'm trying to work on a new hour, and the first time I looked down at my watch, it had been 30 minutes, and I was like, oh, yes.
But it was the opposite for you and I.
It was so good. Yeah.
I was so distracted in trying to wrangle people that I was like, damn, I still have another 15 minutes. And you were like, oh, damn.
I've done 30 minutes, and I've gotten through 3 chunks of material. I still got, I'm not even going to be able to do everything I want to do tonight.
Sure.
Because it's going so well.
That's awesome. Good for you.
Rowdy Shrimp Show helping out in the video department next week.
Oh, yes.
We'll see
spoiler
about that.
alert there.
We'll see about that.
I know, that's your purview. That's all
He's on thin ice.
up to you. I've got to give you some money here. I don't have to. I want to. I want to increase your net worth by $1,000.
Then give me $1,000.
Me too.
To go fund yourself.
Oh, to them.
Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GREEN at WMMS.com. That's GREEN. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, I'd like to know where Zach listens in New Orleans. Spencer is a bureau chief in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Deanna's in Birmingham, Michigan. Christina's out in Vegas. You can leave messages anytime you like to.
Hey, Alan. So you guys were talking about Rihanna in the Super Bowl yesterday, and you mentioned how her streams were up 700%. The network and Apple got what they wanted because more people tuned in to watch her than the actual game. And Fenty was probably the most successful product advertising in the entire event because it got more eyeballs, more impressions, and she killed it. So everyone was happy at the end of the day. Love you, bye.
But
they said that
we decided she didn't kill it.
The jury is out on that, but they said that it was one of the most watched Super Bowls ever. It was like the 3rd most watched Super Bowl of all time. They got like 123 million people or something watching the Super Bowl. Again, my point was simply that I didn't see an upside for Rihanna to do the Super Bowl because you don't get paid. She's pregnant. I understand exposure. You also have to understand that probably the majority of people watching the Super Bowl halftime show don't know what Fenty makeup is. There's going to be a contingent of that group that knows that. They're really into her. The people who are watching for her. But you got all kinds of people watching the game. Then she comes on. They know who she is. Again, her streams are up 600, 700%, so that's good. But ain't nobody getting rich on streaming. So, yeah, exposure, I mean, I guess.
I mean, but when you're getting as many streams as she's getting, you're making a lot of money still.
But you have to get that many streams to like, make money. I mean,
yeah,
again,
when you're getting hundreds of millions of streams like her in a year.
Right, but again, these people, she's in that group of people
dollars,
like Kanye. You know, these people are all getting rich not from their music. They're getting rich because they have sneakers, a makeup line. I mean, that's how they get to be billionaires, not because their streaming is. So,
yeah, but if you got something that is mailbox money where you can, pay your light bill, that's not so bad.
Pay your light bill.
She's probably got a pretty high light bill.
I bet she does. She was on the hook for every bulb at the Super Bowl. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
Good. Yeah, I was at the show last night.
Good for you.
It was actually me and my wife's first time ever seeing her. And but your material, like, it was awesome. Even the dark stuff was great. You're absolutely right, though. Like, the crowd, that was the first time I've ever experienced that. And it was from the Trump lady to the Shroom lady. It was god awful.
It was chaos.
God awful. And I just want to say sorry. That was totally horrible.
Well, I don't want
you. I don't
want you guys apologizing to me. It's one of those things where I just wanted, like you said, it's the first time you had ever seen me live. So I just wanted it to be publicly known that that's not usually how shows go. That seemed like a perfect start. Like I said, I have never.
Imagine if it was.
If that's how every
Listen,
show
there are comics that is like their crowd is, and they kind of have to wrangle them at every show, and it is.
That's work. That's the hardest I think I've ever had to work on stage. And that's what
But your material killed, though.
Well,
It
see,
was awesome.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and it'll be fun next time too. I promise. I just wanted that to be known that it's like, hey, this was kind of a once in a career type of show so far.
So far. Yet. That's right. Okay, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the attendance. Thank you for your kind words. Well, we've got another major celebrity to mourn. Star of Seinfeld. Star of 1 Million Years BC. Raquel Welch has died.
Oh, wow.
The age of 82. You know who Raquel Welch is, Poundcake?
I do not, but you said she was on Seinfeld, so.
Yep.
God needed a dancer that didn't move its arms.
when Molly Shannon and when Kramer gets up there and accepts the Emmy, right, for Scarsdale, or the Tony for Scarsdale Surprise, and Raquel Welch is in it. She was famously married many, many times. She's got a foxy daughter. Tawny Welch was very young when she was in the movie Cocoon. And she was
famous poster. That was in Shawshank Redemption.
Yep. And she won a lot of.
And it was actually famous before that. Did you know that? There's a fun fact.
It was famous before that. Yeah, her real name was Jo Tejeda from Chicago, Illinois. And her parents were from Bolivia. And she took her middle name was Raquel. And she took Raquel Welch as her stage name. She started as a TV weather girl in San Diego. And she got into movies and was one of the most famous actresses of all time. Huge in the 80s, the 90s. Did tons and tons of movies. The last film she did, How to Be a Latin Lover, in 2017. But she played herself in the last Naked Gun movie. And she was lovely. So I don't know how she died. She was
after a brief illness is the only thing I found.
A brief illness.
I don't know what
All right.
that means.
Well, she was also a Hollywood conservative. You know how I'll get to some of that Roseanne stuff later on for those of you who didn't have the distinct pleasure of enjoying that. But Hollywood conservatives always feel put upon and stick together. But she would do things for the USO, and I mean, by all accounts, Raquel Welch was a very, very nice person. But yeah, she was the poster in the Shawshank Redemption, right? Because it was from that movie. It was from 1 Million Years BC, right?
I've never seen it.
You've never seen 1 Million Years BC or the Shawshank Redemption?
I've seen Shawshank Redemption.
You're a guy.
Yeah.
The Shawshank Redemption is like Titanic for guys.
So good.
They get all misty-eyed over
Such
it.
a good movie.
Mm.
So you just want to have friends,
The warden calls her Miss Fuzzy Britches because, of course, she's wearing it's a prehistoric movie that she got really famous. Anyway, Raquel Welch, dead at 82. We were talking about all the good, the bad, and the ugly on the Super Bowl ads. We completely glossed over the Flash, which I couldn't have cared less about the Flash, right? That Ezra Miller, he rubs me the wrong way. But I forgot Michael Keaton is the Batman again.
Yeah,
and when Michael
Batman
Keaton shows up, Affleck, because it's the multiverse, and then they got Supergirl. Henry Cavill screwed again in that movie. But Michael Keaton showing up as the Batman in that Tim Burton 1989 suit, I can't wait.
And they showed all the suits behind him.
Oh,
I was studying all there.
wait.
There's a blue and gray one. Very cool. I think Affleck wears a blue and gray one in one scene. I'm very excited about that. We did it on my podcast last night. We kind of dug into the Flash and all the their new Superman that they're going to have and the new Batman but that Flash trailer looked awesome. And I'm going to be honest, the Indiana Jones one had me a little bit like, hey, did they figure out the CGI to make him, this old man, look like a not old man? And it was also just quick flashes of Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
But it made me, I just love Indiana. The first
I do
Indiana
too,
Jones movies, but I just want that one to be good. But I don't think it's going to be. But yeah, the Flash looks really fun.
Yeah, I forgot all about it, but it looks like they're throwing all their eggs in one basket for that thing. And
they kind of have to.
I guess that was the spot that got like the most engagement, which is all anybody wants anymore. With the most engagement with the audience out of every other Super Bowl ad was that trailer for The Flash. And that's probably due in large part to Michael Keaton. So that'll be very exciting.
Yeah, I love that classic Batman suit from the 89 Batman with the yellow Batman emblem. Oh, it's the best.
The Dave Grohl Crown Royal ad got a lot of people happy, too. And people learned something. You know, it's not all the time that you can learn something from an advertisement, but the Dave Grohl Crown Royal ad, which was him thanking Canada, as that's where it's country of origin, for football during the Super Bowl, took some people by surprise.
Let's thank Canada. Thank you for legends of music and heroes of comedy. Thank you for giving us hockey, basketball, and thank you for football.
What? No way.
Yeah, look it up. Thank you, Canada.
Yeah, thank you, Canada, for football. Thank you for giving us football.
Well, you're welcome for lacrosse because that's their national sport. So, and we stole that from...
Not hockey?
Yeah. It's not. It's actually lacrosse.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't even know what our national sport is. I think it's badminton.
Badminton.
Cornhole.
It should be.
So, so a lot of people probably went right to the Wikipedia. But again, if you've ever been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in the lovely town of Canton, Ohio, you know that already. They explain the whole thing, that football as we know it was basically brought here by the Canadians in the 1800s. Dave Grohl, though, getting people hip to it in the Crown Royal ad. I've got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 is where I'll see that. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win $1,000 funding dollars.
So excited.
Are you funding kidding me?
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Get them funding keywords at 30 past the hour.
Really? For real?
Quit funding around and go fund yourself.
Sweet.
With 100.7
WMMS.
brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA White Raja to our newest edition Balloon City, a North Coast style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Cavs will try to move into a third-place tie in the Eastern Conference tonight when they visit the 76ers. Cleveland trails Philly by just a game in the standings. Tickets for the Guardians' regular season games are on sale. The campaign features the new Free Shirt Fridays promotion and 16 fireworks nights. And Tiger Woods returns to competitive golf this weekend at the Genesis Invitational. He'll be paired with Justin Thomas and Rory McIlroy in tomorrow's first round. I'm Scott Davidson.
This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer.
You can try new clothes or a different hairstyle. But if you really want to look in the mirror and say,
"Hello, beautiful,"
get a new smile from Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Byte clear aligners are doctor-directed and cost thousands less than braces. With My Byte app, you can track your alignment process every step of the way. Start your clear aligner journey today. Use code iHeart at Byte.com to get your at-home impression kit for just $14.95. That's code iHeart at BYTE.com.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. Tired of trying to find the one? Well, look no further than Spitzer Auto World. Panda can help you create your perfect driving partner today with our Spitzer Speed Pass. First, browse our new and used inventory to find the vehicle you love. Next, Spitzer Speed Pass allows you to apply for financing, value your trade, and build your payment. Then it's time to meet your match in-store, or we'll deliver it right to your door. Find the one today with Panda at Spitzer Auto World.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Is your new year still falling flat? Do you avoid stairs with multiple steps? You are not alone. This year, millions will be diagnosed with low energy, or low E. But Planet Fitness has the cure. With clean, spacious clubs and tons of equipment, you can boost your energy after one workout. Find your big fitness energy at Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment, cancel anytime. Deal ends Thursday, February 16th.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
Hey, it's Mark Nolan. K&D Group proudly presents Winterland in downtown Cleveland. Winterland has countless activities throughout the entire winter season. Stay busy with indoor and outdoor experiences that showcase the best of our city. Join us for winter-long ice skating, shopping, must-see entertainment, downtown living tours, and family-friendly activities. For more information about this year's Winterland festivities, visit winterlandcle.com.
Hi, welcome to Huntington.
Hey, I'm calling because my account is overdrawn by like $8. I really don't want to deal with an overdraft fee.
Well, actually, you're good. If you overdraw by $50 or less at Huntington, you aren't charged a fee. It's our $50 safety zone.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for banking with Huntington.
Account is automatically closed if it remains negative in any amount for 60 days, including if the account is overdrawn within our $50 safety zone. Learn more at huntington.com/safety zone.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Safe Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Savings vary, terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
Before new Cascade Platinum Plus, I would pre-rinse all my dishes because my old detergent just wouldn't get them clean. But now, I do dishes differently. And no pre-wash, no rewash, money-back guaranteed kind of different. Because Cascade Platinum Plus has double the grease fighting power of Dawn built right in, with twice the scrubbing power, giving me a clean that lets me break all the dish rules. I just scrape, load, and I'm done. Yep. So clean. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I dare to dish differently.
Breathe in and out. Let relaxation fill your mind, even if you're super stressed and behind on your taxes like me.
Sorry to interrupt.
Who are you?
I'm April from TaxAct. You can let go of tax season stress and elevate to a heightened state of serenity with our free expert help and a maximum refund.
Free help? Waves of calm are washing over me.
Good. Because here comes a storm of cash. TaxAct, the help you need for free.
See taxact.com for details.
Spectrum Business is the no-nonsense way for small businesses to stay connected with fast, reliable internet service and Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one app to make calls, host video conferences, and send texts. Connect to customers from any device, anywhere. Get both and get one mobile line free for 1 year. No contracts, no hidden fees, no nonsense. Just business. Visit spectrum.com/business today. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids than ride in an ambulance.
I'd rather have a catch with my dog Curtis than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older,
WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You guys hip to this band?
No.
The Vindies? From Youngstown? Showing them some love because they're pretty good. I think people are still sleeping on them. They were giving MMS some love in their video. Somebody's wearing like an old MMS Letterman jacket or something.
Nice.
But they are on, they got a foxy singer and, but they are on, they announced that Wonderstruck lineup, that festival that does Cleveland.
Yeah.
July 8 and 9 out at Lakeland Community College, which is out in Kirtland. And the Vinny is getting an 8-point font on this, but I would zero in on them. Khalid is the headliner. What happened to Khalid?
Oh, boy.
That guy, blew up pre-COVID, right? Wasn't Khalid a thing? And
DJ Khaled?
No,
there's,
Khalid.
There's Khalid. He's black.
He's good. He's like an R&B kind of dude.
He made a song with Normani called Love Lies. Is that what
maybe.
Tell me where your love lies. Anyways.
Walker Hayes.
Oh,
is that a country dude?
That's Applebee's guy. Fancy
God,
like
really?
Applebee's. Walker Hayes? I like Walker Hayes.
All right, well, people know that song.
He's got a couple.
We certainly mocked him. Yeah, he's got the Applebee's song. He's got the Red Robin song. He's got the TJ Maxx song.
Yep.
It's called Thomas Jones Max. Nelly, Flo Rida. I mean, there's some for everybody. The Struts. Remember the Struts?
I love the Struts.
They're playing. Echo Smith, these kids who had a hit a few years ago. Allie and AJ. I think they're Disney Channel.
Ooh, I love them.
Paris Jackson, Poundcake. He's playing Wonderstruck. But again, I would zero. What are you laughing at?
I don't. Because it's just like
it's all or nothing with him.
It's a reflex. I hate myself because these reactions I just get because I'm like I wanted to say she ain't her father and I'm like of course, but it's the same.
Nobody
stuff.
expects her to be.
I know, and I defended Lisa Marie Presley because I'm like stop let her be her own person. Stop letting her operate in the shadow of her father. And I just did the same thing with Paris Jackson. Ooh,
yes.
I hate myself.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Ooh.
So, Wonderstruck Cleveland is July 8th and 9th. The tickets for everything will go on sale Saturday at 10 a.m. But I would get there, find out when the Vindies are playing, and go see them. Rosa Lynn is on the bill. She was just part of our Alter Ego Festival out in L.A. So there's a lot of people on this bill that I'm not familiar with, but a lot of them I am. And so it looks like a good lineup. I mean, it's something to do in July for a couple of days. If you can't get your fill of festivals, there's one out there in Kirtland this summer.
Do you like the Struts? Do you know who the Struts are?
I don't think I know. I might know them if I heard it.
Could you play Could Have Been Me? I think that'd probably be the one that...
No, that's Halsey.
No, it's a different...
iHeartRadio on the
Jesus Christ, just give me the song.
They're on the verge, Alan. They're on the verge on a 7-year-old song.
Right.
I know this song.
Yeah, they're British. Struts are good.
Okay. Do you know why I know this song?
Because it's in commercials.
No, because Halsey did it in Sing 2, and Sing 2 is on repeat in our house.
Oh, so right, because Brian loves it.
No, yeah, Brian is obsessed with Sing 2. No, but...
Sing 1 sucks, but Sing 2...
Yeah, Blake's favorite. She loves singing. She's actually a really good singer. But this song by Halsey, yeah.
Yeah, so listen, if nothing else, this will be a good venue for maybe some people you haven't seen in a minute coming back and doing a show for you.
I know every word to this song.
This guy would sing with the Foo Fighters, and they'd do covers of Under Pressure, and he would do the Freddie Mercury parts, and Taylor Hawkins would do the David Bowie parts. And I saw them do that at Sonic Temple a few years ago, and it was awesome.
I just heard this the other day I go, Jesus, the Struts. This song's like 10 years old.
Yeah.
I just heard it out of nowhere the other day. And now they're doing, Halsey does it and Sing too. It's in Mercedes commercials. It's in video game commercials.
But they got a lot of other great songs that are not just in commercials.
No, but I'm saying, if you're a band that can sell, listen, the days of being called a sellout are long gone. That's how you pay the bills now.
Right.
Is license your music the first chance you get.
They did a song with Kesha called Body Talks.
There you go.
That would get Poundcake's ears lifted.
Uh-huh.
I don't follow Kesha at all like that.
I thought you liked Kesha.
I do like Kesha, but she's not. I told you she's not my top 5.
She tried to turn everybody on to TikTok
Just
a
because
long time
she's
ago.
not your top 5 doesn't mean you wouldn't go, oh, I like the song.
Okay.
To him, it would.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's how he dove.
You're not top 5? Get out of here.
Well, it's just like her music.
People don't think it'd be like a bee, but it do, Bill.
It's more nostalgia than anything. Her music was never really that great.
I love how you have nostalgia for Kesha.
It's auto-tune. It came out when I was in middle school to high school.
Oh, auto-tune, you say?
People don't think it be like it be, but it do. Now, T-Pain, on the other hand.
Oh, the Struts do a song with Paris Jackson. Yeah. I bet they'll do that at Wonderstruck.
Anyway, if you want to get to that thing, it's all on sale this Saturday at 10 a.m. So keep an eye on that. They have finally revealed the identity of the $2 billion Powerball jackpot winner. The guy who sold him the ticket, the guy who owned the convenience store, got a $1 million check. Joe's Service Center in Altadena, California. The beauty of winning the lottery in California is it's one of the highest tax states in the union, but you don't pay taxes if you win the lottery. There are 36 states that make you pay taxes on the lottery. California ain't one of them. So the guy who won, Edwin Castro, and it doesn't say how old he is, but he wanted to stay underground for quite a while so he could get everything lined up. He won the $2 billion Powerball jackpot back in November. He took the lump sum payment of $997.6 million.
Oh, my God.
And he's paying 0 state income tax on it.
Nice.
Okay, then
It
wait a
generated $156 million, by the way, for California public schools, which is it's never bad news. So Edwin Castro is the winner. I don't know how old he is. It really didn't give much information. It just gave his name and said that he was the winner. He said the money is going in part to his grandson's college fund.
He has $1 billion.
I love that, yeah. I think I'll pay for college for my grandson and 45,000 other grandsons. Yeah. So this guy socked away $997 million. And, that is, to say that is generational wealth is the understatement of the year. That is instant generational wealth. I don't know how old this guy is, but if he has any children or even grandchildren, they will never have to worry about money again for the rest of their lives.
Well, to have a
even if they're careless with it.
To have a grandson, he has to have a kid, right? Unless he adopted a grandson.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know if he could have a child but no grandchildren. Again, I don't know how old he is. Maybe there's another story that tells how old he is, but not the one I was looking at. But that's a lot of money, boy.
The Powerball was up around like $500 million a couple weeks ago, and Brian and I bought a ticket, and we were talking about it. And again, a hypothetical, not even a fight, but I told him, I was like, I don't want to play this hypothetical game with you anymore. Like, what would you do if we won? $375 million cash option or whatever. Because he's like, we take the payments, we put half of it away, we do that, and then no. I'm like, you are so boring. And it's like, I feel like when you have that lottery conversation, the fun of it is extravagance. What would you buy? Where would you go?
Not the fiscal responsibility.
That's why I'm like, you're not even fun to talk to about this, because he's like, we're going to set up a Roth IRA for everyone we know.
Well, it's the difference, but it's the difference between winning $1 million and winning $997 million.
Right.
You don't ever, $1 million can go pretty quickly.
Well, it wasn't $1 million. It was like, I think the cash option was like 200 and something million. 240 million or something like that.
200 million you could still blow. Almost $1 billion in the bank, you can't blow.
You could try.
You could absolutely try, but the
I think I could do it.
The interest alone would keep you more than afloat for the rest of your family's lives. So
I could spend $1 million at a casino.
Well, of course you could.
So I'm saying I could go through $1 billion.
Your band's coming up
In May. I'm not redoing it. I'm not taking myself off.
You're not kicking yourself off.
I'm not going
You're
to.
going to keep yourself banned.
I'm going to keep myself banned, yes.
Struts
But
open
Mary,
for
you
the
can't play if you don't win.
Dude, don't do this to me. I understand.
You can't win if you don't play?
No, I like to say
You can't play if you don't win.
Struts open for the Chili Peppers last summer, somebody said. All right.
I saw them at they've done all sorts of great tours.
All right.
They're at House of Blues a few years ago. They're great. I like that. I might go to that just to see them again.
Yeah.
I like Walker Hayes. I like, you said Nellie's going to be there?
Nellie, Flo Rida.
Give
We
me
saw
Applebee's.
They got a couple other good songs
I went
too.
to the Home Goods. I got it out of man.
Go to Chili's.
He can't do more than one repertoire. Come on. Don't do that. Don't Let Her is a good one.
Because didn't he get in trouble?
Go to AutoZone.
But didn't that guy literally get in trouble because he did another song that name-checked another place because he knew, hey, this will get put in the commercial.
I don't think he did.
How we talked about it. It's so cynical, these guys. Anyway, whatever, right? If you like them, they have other songs. Hey, man, play the Applebee's song. You know, you got heckled.
He's like, I'm working on new material. I go to Meijer.
Yeah.
I go to shop and buy some jeans. I got it's all one stop.
Somebody gets a signed set list from him, and it just says In and Out, Applebee's, Meijer, Kroger. What do I do for my encore? Well, how about encore? Can feed a whole family.
The Oreo shake.
Miss me with that stove first. Hit me with an encore. I was listening to this. My girlfriend's listening to a podcast, and they were reading they read reviews and then talk about it on the podcast. And they were talking about a Christian country music festival, and part of the type was, or the copy was, God loves country music the most.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to come to this festival because this is the music that God loves
Not
the
gospel.
most. No,
well,
not gospel.
but those
country.
But those kinds of festivals are like Christian country or country gospel.
But also the audacity. He's been keeping Mick Jagger alive for all these years because he loves rock and roll. Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Ozzy. I mean, we got some people. And the ones that he took, he's like, I need a left-handed black guitar player. Give me Jimi Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
You got called up to the big leagues because I can't stand the music that they sing during church. It's boring.
Not a big fan of hymns.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, yeah. Hey, if you want to leave voicemails for us, you can do that on the After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, gang, Kyle from Worcester. So I think I might have just accidentally stepped forward in the future because I swear to God I found Mary's Doppelganger. There's a YouTube channel called Save a Fox, and I swear to God it's like Mary 5 years from now, but she owns a crap load of foxes. I swear to God it's amazing.
I'm looking it up right now.
I'll show you. You want to see Mary's Doppelganger?
Look like this.
Sometimes when people say
Mary's had a huge glow up, according to this guy, this Swedish fox chick here.
Topic is how to survive in the darkness. We are living in Sweden, right?
Sweden.
But moreover, we are living in the forest. So during winter time, we are constantly walking through the darkness. And I can tell you, I want to wear something bright.
Yeah, so Kyle and Worcester.
Do I look like her?
No, you do
No,
not.
I was like, I don't think I look like her
And also,
at all.
I'm having a
Sable
hard time
fox.
looking at the girl because I like the foxes so much.
They are very cute foxes.
Like the one I pulled up, she's got like black and gray fox. Very cute.
Well, there it is, according to Kyle from Worcester, who
She has 2 million subscribers.
Called us a few times in various states of inebriation. He has found your doppelganger.
Okay, this is one.
I have 765 subscribers, so I'm almost there. Honestly, we're basically the same person.
This is what I need to get to my 100,000. I'm at 73,000 on YouTube. Get some foxes going.
What the fuck say?
Well, we get them to do Wonderstruck. Bring back Elvis.
Weren't they just in the Super Bowl ad or something?
Probably.
Yeah. Man.
She's Swedish.
She's tiny.
They're Swedish.
They were in the Puff Daddy one.
P. Diddy getting different people to do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. P. Diddy.
She's tiny and covered in tattoos, and I think she's cute,
Oh,
but
she's
I
very
don't
cute.
think that we look alike.
P. Diddy, by the way, put on some LBs according to that Super Bowl commercial.
Everyone's getting fat. Just let it happen.
He's allowed.
You know why, Alan?
Just let it happen.
He got
'Cause they're
three
in three sides.
He got three sides.
Oh, I
at the
know. You
Cracker
don't have to
Barrel.
tell me.
Well, you know what?
All these people complaining to me about the three sides.
If he wants to, get his weight together, I recommend he go to Orange Theory Fitness.
Never heard of it. Hey, listen. Let Poundcake be your spiritual guide through your journey from fat to fit.
Your
Right?
health guru.
In anticipation of that, you lost a lot of weight.
Have you lost weight?
That was just the bet last year with Mary, and then from that, the natural progression into the Orange Theory Fitness endorsement.
Have you lost more weight, or are you kind of just toning up?
I think I've gained muscle because I'm eating.
What?
Well,
he's eating a lot of protein.
Well, that's how it works. Yeah.
But okay, I've never really, in my life, I've never really gained muscle. I've lost weight, but I've never really gained muscle. So I was really kind of confused as to how this whole thing was working because I'm like, I don't even have time to eat as much food as I was eating before. So there's no way I'm eating way more, but yet my weight was either I wasn't losing weight or I was like gaining a couple pounds here. So the combination of me drinking a lot of water and me gaining muscle, I've gained weight, and I'm like, like my big old arm, like look how big it is. So
why does he have to say it like that?
Look how
I know. All the gains are lost when you say it like that.
Look how big it is.
Say it like
that. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, I want to see. I guess what is it? BMI is that how they track how healthy you are?
BMI is trash.
Okay, well I don't know.
But
it's an oversimplification, but it's something you can. It's a guide.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it says that I'm 5'2". It says that a healthy weight range for
we're
someone
all
who's
obese,
5'2" is
according
like
to BMI.
112 to 118.
Well, get to it.
The Rock is obese compared
Right.
to if you use BMI.
I'm a big bitch. Yeah, I don't know. So no, I definitely did not lose weight. I think I'm just.
You're toning up though.
You're
You're
gaining
getting some muscle.
Yeah, that's good.
You said you got your donk back.
Oh yeah, my butt's definitely something fierce.
Let me know when you're ready to arm wrestle.
He's not stronger than you yet.
Oh, I know. He came in here and squeezed my hand the other day. He actually did a pretty good job. He put a pretty good squeeze on the hand, but he ain't there yet.
Well, Bill,
no one wants to touch my vagina.
You have that bit about lifting weights,
Mhm.
but so now you're just fat and strong.
Yeah.
It makes me laugh every time because I feel like you could, if you needed to lift something heavy or do something like in that. What's the word? I'm like farm boys.
Mary, you have a boyfriend. I have a girlfriend.
I'm not hitting on you.
You're just telling me to lift something heavy, and
No.
it seems.
Oh my God. I'm saying like when you see like a corn-fed farm boy
Yeah.
who's like thick and you're like, you look at that guy and you're like, oh, he'll knock someone out. Like you're just strong, but you're like a big boy.
Yeah.
That's all.
Hmm.
I'm not hitting on you.
She likes fat gingers. God. That's the kind of
Oh, I'm
corn.
halfway there.
That's the corn-fed farm boy.
Not
she's
dyeing my
talking.
hair though. I got to use the old joke when Mary was still drinking heavy. Whenever we do a show, we'd take turns using the joke. If like one of us was hosting, when the other one was done, we'd say, "We can both do better."
Mm-hmm.
And I got to use that on a different comic the other day.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's like, oh, it's back.
It's come full circle.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break. I will have another $1,000 for you right around 3:30. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. After this break, if you're trying to get to the Ministry show, in addition to the festival dates they're doing this summer, they're coming through to do a headlining thing at the Agora in May. So if you dig Ministry, I will hook you up coming back here. 35192 and a text for anything else you can give me there, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
But you can see him do a headlining thing here in Cleveland. Ministry with special guest Gary Newman and Frontline Assembly. That's a good lineup, boy. It's going to happen Friday, May 5th at the world-famous Agora. Go to agoracleveland.com for the info, tickets, all that. 2 tickets here for you. Be caller 10, and we will see you there. Ministry, Gary Newman, Frontline Assembly. Get your black together. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 in about 10 minutes or so, 9-10 minutes. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. Plenty of them still to come. This is the last week to get you some of that money, so make sure that you're listening for these when they come around. Cavaliers are working on getting their 8th straight win tonight. They're in Philly to play the Sixers. That is a 7:30 start tonight here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will begin, if you're into all that. Cavs, Sixers tonight. This is a really good matchup on MMS as we go into the All-Star break. Cavs add veteran swingman Danny Green, not the guy who got blown up.
Welcome back.
Another guy. But the Sixers have Harden, Joel Embiid, somebody else. They've
Tobias
got...
Harris. Tobias Harris.
That guy, too.
Seth Curry.
That guy, too. If you are watching the show at alancoxshow.com, you can offer a laurel and a hearty handshake to Hork, Saskatchewan, who's helping out today back there in the video department. What is he, a lentil heir?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what they do up there in Saskatchewan. By the way,
if that's his name. It doesn't mean he's from there.
I wouldn't be so sure. What, you think that's just a name they throw around?
Hork?
Saskatchewan.
Oh.
Well, Hork, yeah, sure. I mean, it's all peas up there. But to come full circle, we talked about Raquel Welch dying last hour. Do you know what the capital of Saskatchewan is?
Canada.
Mm-hmm. The capital is a city called Regina.
Hell yeah.
Yeah! And do you know what famous person is from, he's deceased now, but one of Regina, Saskatchewan's notable celebrities is the late, great Leslie Nielsen, who was in
Top Gun.
Naked Gun with Raquel Welch.
Wrong gun.
Thank you for playing. I always forget that Leslie Nielsen was Canadian because it'll so often come up in conversation. Alan, was Leslie Nielsen Canadian? I'm sitting around having a couple of pops with some friends, and they'll go, man, was Leslie Nielsen Canadian? And I'll go, I don't remember. And that's usually how that goes. But it's worth looking into. The state of Ohio has said they really can't do anything about that Nazi homeschooling organization. They're being ignored by the Department of Education here in the States because they said, based on the homeschool policies that the state of Ohio has, they did nothing wrong. I guess the whole point of homeschooling is to teach your kids whatever crazy crap you want. And so within that framework, they're like, they didn't do anything wrong. The family who is doing it, they have a few thousand people in this group trying to, very intent on teaching their children Nazi-approved school material. Lesson plans that include Hitler quotes, pictures of a cake that she baked for Hitler's birthday, and all the other stuff. But the Ohio DOE said, there's nothing we can do about it. We looked into it, and it sucks. But as far as they didn't do anything wrong with respect to how homeschooling is run in this state. So, What are you going to do? Unless you're part of that homeschool organization, I guess it's fine. They're doing that out. Where was that? Upper Sandusky? Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, it's that Lower Sandusky you look out for.
I don't know. It sounds like the Nazi school place seems worse.
Listen, but that better the devil you know. I don't know what the hell's going on in Lower Sandusky. Listen, the only good Nazi is a dead one. Don't forget that. I was reading about one of those Charlottesville tiki torch douchebags who killed himself.
Yeah, that's a crazy story.
The best thing this guy ever did.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys that had his face plastered everywhere. There was that one kid that was like making that face, that greasy face, you know? And then the guy next to him was a guy who called himself Teddy Joseph von Newcomb. These Nazi dorks have the worst goddamn names because they all have dopey names, so they have to give themselves like names that make them sound awesome, right?
Which he missed.
Yeah, von Newcomb. Yeah, he was gonna.
They nuke him.
He was gonna go on trial for smuggling fentanyl or something, and he killed himself. So anyway, whatever. Good. But yeah, there was a dude a few years ago. This dude who kept running for office in Florida, Natch, who called himself Augustus Invictus. Like they give themselves these really important sounding names, right? Well, his real name was Austin Gillespie. I mean, you ain't going to oversee the Fourth Reich with Austin Gillespie. Ouch.
I mean,
my name's Odin. What's your real name, dork?
At least that one guy killed
Brandon. I'm Henrik Morbius. What's your real name? Tyler. Cool story, bro.
At least von Newcomb killed a Nazi, so that's good.
Von Newcomb. Yeah, he was.
He was trafficking fentanyl from Mexico and got caught and was going to trial. He's like, I'm out.
Yeah. He walked. He was living in Missouri. He walked out into the snow behind his hay shed, and he shot himself.
Oh, those hay sheds, you know.
I'll tell you what, they'll get you every time. Hey, Woody.
Oh my God, we can repurpose filter.
Hey, man, nice shot.
Yeah, hey.
Hey, man. H-A-Y, man,
Yeah.
comma, Nazi shot. What's up, Woody?
Nothing but the red. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, you were just talking about that weird Nazi homeschooling stuff. But you know, there's a lot to to account for when it comes to like even public schooling, with Columbus being the founder of the New World, and there's actual written proof of him being a genocidal maniac when it came to taking care of business when he got here.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not new information. I mean,
well, I'm not saying it's new information.
that's why a lot. That's why a lot of cities. That's why a lot of cities have shifted away from Columbus Day.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to point out. That the fact that one genocidal maniac opposed to the other, but we were taught, Columbus, the founder of the New World, and blah blah blah. So these people in this Nazi camp are try to teach whatever they're doing about the other genocidal maniac. It's this kind of I don't know. I'm just sitting. I'm enjoying the beautiful day today.
Right. Well, it is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's breezy in 64. Woody's out there on the lake. He's probably got 2 fingers of something in a glass.
I've got 3 fingers in a Grey Goose right now.
And 3 other fingers somewhere else.
That's expensive.
He's got 3 fingers in a goose, Poundcake. Did you hear that? Man, they party out there. When he parties, that's why they're going to change the name of Ohio's capital city to Indigenous People, Ohio. Woody.
I don't see that ever happening.
No, call it Flavor Town.
Yeah, really short north is what that neighborhood's going to be. Okay, thank you, Woody. Enjoy that Grey Goose. All 3 fingers of Grey Goose out there with Woody. Boy, how do you like that? He's living the life.
He's living it up.
He's living it up.
He
The
works
Nights
hard,
on
he plays
Broadway.
hard.
Yeah, he's like the Bee Gees out there. I would have never pegged Woody for a French vodka guy, though. Pardon me?
Siri said, okay. What would you like to translate? She pegged him.
I've got to give you some money here. It is $1,000, one large, for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at WMMS.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Next chance for you to win is in about 1 hour. Make sure you listen for those. You can call the show anytime you like. Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, long-time listener, first-time caller. I was just curious what you meant by streamers when you use that word.
It makes you sound super old, Alan. You should stop.
It does make you sound super old unless you mean what you use at like a child's birthday party, but I feel like you mean streaming services, and no one uses that word. Okay, hate the show.
Oh, boy. What am I going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I got a buddy that works at Netflix. Let me see if I have his number. Because, listen, I am first and foremost here to help.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a steward of the airwaves, right? That's what I'm here for. So I'm here for you. I don't want to get anything wrong. Hold on. Let me find my buddy.
When people say streamers, I usually think of like YouTube or video games, like Twitch or something like that.
Well, I call them streamers. Let's see. My buddy Pat does PR for Netflix. Let me see if I have his. Just indulge me here.
Yeah.
See if I can call out on this thing here.
Marketing, this is Pat.
Pat, it's Alan.
Hey, man.
Hey, you know how you guys call the property streamers?
Yeah.
Could you stop doing that?
Well, I mean, that's an industry term.
Yeah, I know it's the industry term. I know that's what everybody on your side calls it. But apparently people are getting confused. I just got a message. People are getting confused with party supplies.
Is this internal subscriber polling?
No. A couple of hipster randos from Cleveland called me and said that it makes you sound old. Hello? I hope I feel like I've lost a friend. Well, okay. Well, that didn't help. I'm going to call, anybody else we can call? Listen, I tried.
I think you and that guy will kiss and make up.
I tried to help out the audience. When they come to me with a concern. By the way, speaking of Netflix, is anybody else watching Convict on Earth?
No.
Oh my God. Have you ever seen it come up?
I don't even know what.
Okay. So it's super, super dry comedy. There's this comedian in England. She's been in some shows, but she's not a household name or face. Her name's like Diane Morgan or something like that.
My buddy Joe was just telling me about this.
She plays this character named Philomena Kunk. And the show is Convict on Earth. And it's kind of like an Ali G type of vibe where she goes out and she's talking to experts about world history and things, except the character is super dim. She gets a lot of stuff wrong. And so she's asking people questions, sitting face to face in chairs. And I'm sure she tells them she's doing this documentary or whatever. And they're just sitting there stone-faced. They can't believe some of the questions that she's asking. So you have to like that super dry humor. I love it. There's only 4 or 5 episodes. It's called Convict on Earth. No. You might see it up there in one of the banner spots on.
I saw a clip on TikTok, and then my buddy Joe was telling me all about it. And yeah, I might watch this. I like this style of humor.
Perspective was a huge leap forward for human art, on a par with the release of Crash Bandicoot centuries later. There's no denying the Renaissance was a pretty big deal for civilization. Just how important it was is for experts to decide.
Which was more culturally significant, the Renaissance or Single Ladies by Beyoncé?
They both have their period. They both have their time. Beyoncé I'm rather fond of, but what the Renaissance was trying to do was to reform culture as a whole, and whatever Beyoncé does, I don't think she's quite got that ambition.
So what, the work of a few straight white men just blows Beyoncé out of the water? Is that what you're saying, on camera?
The guy just stares
On
at her and she
camera.
cuts to, oh, it's so goddamn funny.
I've seen clips of that too. Now that you actually play, like she does, like art and stuff.
And she's like way off. I mean, it's just so, it's so well written and she's so deadpan. Obviously, she's deadpan. She's playing a character. And
what was the one she was doing? She's asking about a guy, and then she like changes subjects. Like, do you like Oreos or something like that?
Oh, I don't know.
And he's like, I love them. Like, but they're talking about climate change and how close we are to completely getting wiped out. And she's like, oh, this is depressing. And she just switches. I can't remember what she switches the subject to, but it's just some like random silly thing. And the guy's like, just all about it too.
Right. No, I think it's really funny. I don't know how many people are watching it. I think it might be getting a little bit more traction, but it's the guy who, it's Charlie Brooker, who was the guy who created Black Mirror, for people who watched Black Mirror. But it's very, very funny.
I did watch Black Mirror.
Black Mirror's pretty good.
I miss Black Mirror. They haven't had a new season in a while.
I got back into Black Summer. That was the original show I was 10-seconding my way through a couple years ago. This
Zombie show?
Zombie show. They did one season, and I think they ended after the second. But yeah, Black Summer, I got into it.
The only thing we're watching right now is Last of Us.
Yeah, it's good.
Which everyone's watching.
They just renewed that for a second season.
Oh, did they really?
They did.
Pedro Pascal, man, he's doing it.
He is doing it.
He's a good-looking
He's
guy.
doing Saturday Night Live. He's doing Narcos. He's doing The Mandalorian.
Season
he's doing,
3.
Yeah.
Drops next month.
Trees 3?
Season 3.
Season 3 of The Mandalorian. People are getting their Canada Goose coats stolen in D.C. I can't believe how many people. How are so many people wearing Canada Goose coats?
They're good and they're stylish.
But they start at like $700.
That's why people stealing them.
I mean, people wearing them, not people stealing them. I know where
Tax
they're
return season.
I was like, the people wearing them are probably the people that stole them.
I see just people walking around wearing Canada Goose coats. I'm like, these are not cheap coats. You can't tell me people are springing $650, $700 a pop. They start at that.
They don't have to be like this season. They could be knockoffs.
No, I mean Canada Goose coats. You can get a knockoff with anything.
The badge and
Canada
everything.
Goose coats.
It could be last season. There's stores notorious for this. Like they'll have.
Yeah, but it's not like last seasons were not $100 and now they're $700. I mean, they're expensive coats.
Very expensive. I would never.
No.
There's a big difference between a $700 coat and a $300 coat. Some people would
Tell me more, Captain Science.
I'm just saying. Some people would spring for a $300 coat.
I don't know.
But am I alone in this? There's an uptick in people walking around wearing Canada Goose coats.
I don't even know what they look like.
I get they're puffy and they got the badge.
I'm on their website right now.
I get that it's a status
badge.
thing now,
Yeah.
but they're crazy expensive.
I noticed the badge when I'm walking around, and it's usually on days when I'm not even wearing a full-blown coat. Like, it'll be, I'm wearing like a hoodie or a flannel, and I'll see someone in a full-on parka. I'm like, oh, they're wearing one of those expensive parkas. They got to get their money's worth.
I guess.
It's, 45 degrees out, and they're acting like we live in the tundra.
People are being held up at gunpoint for their Canada Goose coats.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, someone's going, give me a coat, give me a coat, give me a coat. And I thought, is this a joke? Give me a coat. And then he waved a gun by me and said, give me a coat. And so I took it off and gave it to him. And
He said, 5, 4, 3, 2. What are you going to do if you are in that situation? You got a gun in your head.
There's Julian and Sheila Kaufman, who were over from somewhere else.
See, the coat that I wear for the Polar Blast is a big old parka. Worked great because I'm not using a parka all that often.
These are solely
and
status
it costs
things.
$80.
There are very warm, nice coats that are not $700. I mean, these Canada Goose coats, you can buy a $1,400 Canada Goose coat.
$1,695.
Yes, and
but here's the thing: are these created for people who live like it goes to negative 22 degrees? Like, are these made for people who like
listen?
climb mountains and
if
stuff?
you live in Fairbanks, yeah, but you're seeing them here. I'm not traveling to Alaska. You're seeing them here. Is
I'm
where I see people wearing
asking
them.
is it made for people who either live in
sure
those
it is.
conditions or
Sure.
like climb mountains or whatever? Like that's the idea behind it.
Yeah.
Because if you're doing that, then yeah, you probably need a $1,600 coat if you're gonna go climb Mount Everest.
Yeah.
But they're not climbing Mount Everest.
They're not.
No, they're walking on East 4th.
They're getting into their pickup truck that they've never used for manual labor and going to dinner.
They're walking around like George in his Gore-Tex coat, knocking things over. Pepsi and Ringdings, baby.
Are these only available to order online, or is there stores?
I have no idea.
Because I'm not going to order a $700 coat without trying it on. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to order a $700 coat.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. I will have, if you want to go to this Evening with Charlie Sheen. So Charlie Sheen has not been here since the Tiger Blood days. 12, 13 years ago, he came through, did a thing at Playhouse Square. Well, he's coming back, and an Evening with Charlie Sheen and a screening of Major League. And I will have a couple of passes for you to get to this thing. So if you want to go to that, we'll do that on the way back. It's going to happen on April the 28th out at MGM Northfield Park. Tickets are not on sale yet, so you can get them before everybody else. So we'll do that coming back. If you want to text 35192, listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win $1,000 funding dollars.
So excited.
Are you funding kidding me?
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Get them funding keywords at 30 past the hour.
Really? For real?
Quit funding around and go fund yourself.
Sweet.
With 100.7
WMMS.
brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the savage hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA White Raja to our newest
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
Okay, it's an evening with Charlie Sheen, along with a screening of Major League, live stories, conversations, and an audience Q&A. If you cast your mind back to 2010 when he came through on that Violent Torpedo of Truth tour in the height of the Tiger Blood days, that was a scene, man. But he's a regular Charlie Sheen now, I guess. Friday, April 28th is when it's going to go down. Tickets, VIP meet and greet, all that stuff. Ticketmaster.com this Friday. They'll go on sale at 10 a.m. The MMS presale will start tomorrow at 10 a.m. Use the offer code JOBU, J-O-B-U. But I'll get you a couple of passes here now. MGM Northfield Park Center Stage, an evening with Charlie Sheen. You'll see Major League with him, too. Call 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Next week, by the way, on the show, I did mention we were talking about that yellow card show yesterday, and some of the emo kids were breaking my balls because I was giving them a hard time, but I was just poking you guys. Come on, you poke me, I poke you. It's our love language. I will have yellow card tickets for you next week. They're doing July 12 at Blossom, 20th anniversary of Ocean Avenue. Also, if you want to go see Ugly Kid Joe, remember them? We're doing the Agora end of May. I'll have tickets for the Cleveland Auto Show next week. And if you want to go see Impractical Jokers, the Drive comedy tour, that's at the Romo Fijo on June 3rd. So that'll be all next week. Guardians are getting going pretty soon. Pitchers and catchers are starting to report for duty.
Pinchers. I love the pinchers.
Pinchers and kenchers. Out there, Cactus League Baseball coming soon to WMMS. Guardians, pinchers, and canchers report out there Friday. Some other teams have already gone. You know, my White Sox have Mike Clevenger now, and they are still in the midst, I guess, of trying to figure out if he slapped his girlfriend or something, but he's practicing with the White Sox. He's fully participating in spring training. They have their spring training in Phoenix. The Guardians are there in Goodyear. Where is that? It's called the Goodyear Stadium?
Goodyear Ballpark.
Goodyear Ballpark. There you go. So pitchers and catchers for the Guardians this Friday, and then the full squad the following. That can't be right. It's only 4 days. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Well, no, it says Friday 17th and then Friday the 21st. That's not right. Friday the 17th. Tuesday the 21st.
Okay.
Right.
I see what you're.
Yeah, the 17th and 21st are not a week apart.
It depends on
you
how
got to
you do
double
math.
check all the information you get from people who are professional communicators. You got to double check all their information. But the preseason will begin 1 week from Saturday. Wow. Guardians will play the Cincinnati Reds on the 25th at Goodyear Ballpark. Opening day for the Guardians. MLB opening day. Guardians will play the Mariners in Seattle on March 30th, and then the Guardians' home opener is a week later. They will again play the Mariners, but here in Cleveland, April the 7th. Hopefully we'll be somewhere. I know that we're getting preempted one time for preseason baseball. March the 3rd, we will not be on because you'll be hearing the Guardians playing someone. But for opening day and the home opener, your Cleveland Guardians will be playing the Seattle Mariners, who have, remember Manny Acta?
Yeah.
He's their third base coach. Manny Acta was the skipper of the Indians when I moved to Cleveland. I think he just got the gig. He and I moved here at the exact same time.
Coincidence? Or fate?
I mean, I assume.
Are you moving to Seattle soon?
No. Imagine, a great city though. But no. Boy, that's the thing, too. When you move around in sports like that, you know, It'd be weird to be like the manager of a ball club, and then it doesn't go so well, so you lose the gig, and you want another gig, but there's no head opening for you. So they go, want to be the third base coach?
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I guess I will. Yeah. Right. But you're always looking at like the next big time opening that there is. So anyway, for people who are excited for Major League Baseball to get underway, your wait is almost over. Once football season is over, the thoughts of young men turn to the spring and the crack of the bat at the ballpark.
Well, okay. You talking about moving. I mean, radio's similar. If you, whatever happened here and you weren't here anymore, but the only positions available were a number 2 guy, would you not take it?
No.
Would that
I've
would
been,
be the,
you know how many number 2 guy gigs I got offered in my career?
But what I'm saying is, so like
But
you're
didn't you
you're
at
the
one
main guy
point-
here, okay, and whatever happens, you're I don't know, in the scandal, whatever, you're not here anymore.
Scandal.
I don't know, scandal.
I like
in
our
the
head goes
thing.
to scandal.
Yeah,
They
you
found
know?
out that you faked the phone call.
Yeah. You know, your scandal.
But I'm saying, so there's no one's hiring for head of show. So, but they're like, hey, you could be a number 2 guy. Do you take a number 2 guy position to stay in radio because it's what you love and it's what you do?
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, they'd have to make my rate. I mean,
You're not going to make that much. You're
nah,
not going to
you
make
got-
as much as a
but
number 2 guy.
But you gotta get depends on where you are.
Right.
You gotta get close.
Well, it's kind of like
you're,
that.
You're going to be the number 2 guy on this up-and-comer show in Tulsa.
Oh, he's great. He has the name of a bakery item.
Cruller. Cox and Cruller in the morning.
Oh, no, your name's
The
on
Rock
the
of
show.
Tulsa.
You're not on it, babe. You're number 2.
Cruller in the morning.
Mhm.
All right, babe.
Dunk your cruller in your coffee.
Well, there's a lot of number 2s that have their name. I would say as a stipulation of my deal, my name's got to be on the show. It's going to have to be Cruller and Cox. You mean, I see what's happening here. You mean if Poundcake gets a show in Tulsa and they go, hey,
We got an opening.
I've got a second chair spot. Come on in.
You just had your big scandal in Cleveland.
Big scandal. You're trying to wash that stink all over you.
He only got one side. He's canceled in Cleveland.
Canceled in Cleveland.
Can you imagine it? I can't even come back to like my home city to do like radio and retire because I got canceled. Like I'm just saying, like work
Well,
until
you gotta hang your jersey on the rafters?
No. We're talking about if Alan got in trouble and had to be quit, and then you.
If I had to be quit,
You
and
had to
I
be quit.
had to take a sec. Yeah.
And if you became his boss in Tulsa.
well, I would treat him the exact same way he treated me. That's only right. I would give him the same
You'd
respect.
shoot him with a gun daily?
I've never shot him with a gun.
A fake gun?
Well, those are two very different things. Ask somebody if they'd rather be shot with a gun or a sound effect and see what
You knew what I meant.
see what they give you. You ain't coming back from that.
You know,
No,
I would
listen.
be very
You,
weird, a
you
different
gotta.
power dynamic.
The golden rule in
you're not gonna
showbiz is
quit.
the golden rule in showbiz is stay on the air.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you're doing. Stay on the air. So yes.
So that's what Manny Acta's probably doing. He's like, whatever,
Oh, no,
I'll take
I'm-
a third base coach.
Absolutely.
And then just like you would be in Tulsa, and then you see an opening.
It's the nature of the gig. Well, here's the problem with that though. There are all kinds of people who are overqualified for gigs because they go, well, we couldn't afford that person, so they don't offer it to them. So you don't know what's going on out there. Now, Poundcake, and this is why we hector him so much, although less these days because he's a grown man, he can make up his mind. But for a while, the reason we were giving him such a hard time was that was the perfect time for him to be leaving the nest and doing his own thing. No responsibilities at all.
Well, he also came in guns blazing with big dreams. Is like, I'm Poundcake. I love radio. All I want to do is have my own show.
Which is what you're supposed to
by
do.
the time I'm 30.
Yeah, where did time go? It just flew right on by.
On the toilet, brother.
Oh my God.
I guess he thought 30 was farther off than it was.
It just, yeah.
Yeah, it all flies by. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I have no idea where it all went. No idea. So, anyway, if Poundcake was offered a show in Tulsa, and he hit me up and he said, "Hey, man, this is post-scandal."
Post-scandal.
This
You
is
don't
after.
have a lot of
This is
options.
after it's revealed that I was making up bits.
That all of your phone calls, maybe.
Every single one
Spuds
of my phone
McKenzie.
calls was a paid actor. No, Spuds McKenzie, ironically, a real person.
Got it.
They go, "Hey, this Poundcake guy speaks highly of you. Would you like to come to Tulsa?"
Said you guys have some sort of a history.
And then he
was
giggled.
He's the reason your show was so successful for all those years.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Poundcake, would you hire Mary as she's lathering up her legs mid-show?
Absolutely
What? I'm still able to
not.
What? I'm still
What is
having
she
a
doing? I
conversation.
can't
I'm
see
putting
her.
lotion on. My legs are itchy and dry.
Come on, homie.
What? What?
Are you wearing a dress?
I'm wearing jeans that have holes in them.
You're pulling your jeans up to lotion your legs?
Yes, my legs are itchy. I don't
What, are we
understand why
boring
this is
you?
a problem. What? I'm contributing to the conversation. I'm just also putting lotion on. Oh, man. It's not like I'm sitting on the ground, laying down, taking a nap. I'm just lotioning my leg.
Chick has morning sex. Next thing you know, she's trying to stay lubed up all the time.
You know it is. Listen, I don't ever
gotta
get
stay
to have.
creamy.
I do not ever. Look, this guy's peeing outside the window right now. His whole penis is out.
Where?
His whole
No
penis
way.
is out.
Hey, homie. Come on, dude.
Dude, he's just jiggling. Look at that.
It's like that dude we saw in the Bahamas.
Oh my God, I've never seen. My face is so red. I've never seen
He
that.
flopped his whole hog out.
He had the whole thing
The
out.
one time there's like no cop. There's cops crawling up and down this street. This guy pulls his hose out
It
to
was.
drain the lizard. Nothing.
Well, he was like shaking his hand around, and
Yeah.
I thought he was like squirting a water bottle, and I looked over and I was like, "Oh
Are you
no!"
sure he was peeing?
I am
Yes.
positive.
Are
he
you
was
sure it
peeing.
wasn't something else?
no, he wasn't doing
okay.
that.
It was
No.
because
He wasn't
It was too
stimulated.
long. It was too long. Okay.
Yeah.
He saw me lotioning my legs.
The old
There's
leg
too much-
lotioner over
I was
here.
going through my knee hole of my jeans, and he was like, "Yeah, there it is."
Oh, yeah, but the thing is, there's too much glare on these windows.
You can't really see in.
You can't really see in. And so when the sun goes down, we can't see out. And it drives me crazy when people will walk by. You know, I'm in this studio from like 10:15, 10 o'clock on. There's people who will come by and bang on the window to get my attention. I go, "Homie, I
Can't see ya.
guarantee you don't have anything that important to tell me."
That was crazy. Yeah, but the thing is, he was he had it over the
Is
top
that the
of
first
his
time you've seen homeless peen?
No, I saw it on the subway in New York the first time I went. But
First time
this is
you've
the
seen
first
homeless
time I've
peen in
seen it-
Cleveland.
Yes, this is the first time I've seen it in Cleveland. He had it over the top of his boxers and shorts, and then he was jiggling his short, like the waistband on his shorts. He wasn't touching himself, which I think is an odd choice. Right? Is that how you guys do it? You just jiggle the waistband until it's all done?
Not really, no.
No, I think that guy was doing his own thing.
Yeah, he's on a different wavelength.
Oh, you just made a mess.
He did. I looked over and I was like, "Oh my God, there it is. Look what's happening."
Look what's happening.
Well,
Well, listen, your day's made, right?
I guess.
Your day is made. You saw some homeless peen.
It was like so
Nasty.
nasty. Just out there. But I guess where else are you going to pee? I mean, he's just on the sidewalk, though. Like, he didn't go up against the building. He didn't go into a corner. He just stopped.
On the curb.
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Was there a grate there? Did he at least take the time to go, "I'm going to pee on the street"?
From where he was standing, there's a grate behind him.
Oh, God.
But no.
I get knocked down. I get knocked down again. You're never gonna knock me down. I take a whiskey drink. I take a chocolate drink. And when I have to pee, I use the kitchen sink. I sing the song that reminds me I'm a urinating guy.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Okay, then.
Poundcake, you mad you weren't down here for it?
I'm just curious. The first peen we've seen in the new building, and I wasn't there for it. So
You're not going to be here for any of them. You'll be in your...
that's why I wish we had like a street cam, but I don't know if that's legal. I don't know if that's allowed.
I do have a huge penis.
Yeah, if it was me peeing on the side, then everyone would just crowd
Gag.
around.
Oh.
I do have a huge penis.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get to measure it this weekend. I forgot.
I didn't get to measure it. He was that was his big fun over the weekend. He's like, I think I'm going to do something fun this weekend. I'm going to measure my penis.
I was so busy.
He was
Haven't
very
you done
busy.
that before?
How busy were you?
Huge penis.
What'd you do?
I went to.
He was out wilding.
I went to the club Friday.
Yeah, he went out every night.
I went out to Fremont to record a podcast, I guess Clyde. That was Saturday, and yeah, Clyde is.
Oh yeah, you
something.
did the That's
the
a fun
Boogered Up podcast. Yeah,
that's a fun podcast.
yeah, it's fun. His basement setup is amazing. And then Sunday, I was like, I'm not going out. I'm just gonna stay in. Like, who cares about the Super Bowl? I just want to watch Rihanna anyways. And my friend was like, well, I can get you drinks and some food. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll come out for a little bit. You gotta come pick me up though, and so she can pick me up, and we went downtown. So I was out. I was out all weekend.
I have a penis question.
Okay.
How often do you guys measure them? Is that more of a teenage thing, or is it like every couple of years just to...
Every couple years.
I don't know. To see if
Well,
it
when you go to the
changes.
doctor,
Like when my daughter turns, when she
yeah.
has a birthday every year, I measure her on the wall.
Yeah, are you doing that on the inner thigh or
Oh,
what?
yeah, you
Making
know it.
tick marks?
Yeah, I sure am.
I'm being serious.
Hoping
though.
to get to the knee.
I assume that every guy has measured it at some point.
At least once.
So is it a one and done?
Was for me.
You're 19 at a college party, you're like, bleh, or is this like a...
College part? No, in
I don't
front of
know.
other people? No.
I don't know. I don't know the rules.
No, I know. I don't think there are any rules. I think that probably every guy is lying if he says he hasn't done it at least one time.
I just don't
Doing
have
it
a lot of
regularly, I don't think you're not going to. You're not going to get that much more out of it once you're an adult man.
You don't measure it, you're like, wow, I'm having a really good day today.
I mean, there are days where you're like, today's looking real good, but I don't.
There's days where it
yeah,
looks better than others?
Absolutely.
Huh. Because of temperature?
There are good D days. I talk about that all the time.
Yeah, like there's good D days where, like, sometimes you're, especially if you're worked up a certain way, yeah, you can get a little bigger.
You're bloated?
Yeah, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Bloated. That's a good way to put it. Hey, you bloated down there? Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, looks like it's going to pop.
Bloat me up.
Awesome.
So you didn't measure, Cody?
I did not. So unfortunately, I was so busy this weekend, I didn't have time because I was like, I know I don't have a ruler, so I'm gonna have to dig into like my roommate's tools to get a tape measure because I'm like, what else am I gonna use? Or am I
like
gonna use
snaps shut on him?
or am I gonna use like a shampoo bottle for reference or something so I can say, hey, I'm the size of this shampoo bottle. Guys do that. So I didn't do any of those. I felt weird using my roommate's tools. 'Cause I'm like, what you digging for? What you fixing? Nothing.
What you fixing?
Nothing.
To find out.
I just want to see something. I'm measuring, for my new spot. I just want to see if this will fit for my new home.
Boy, it's really overestimating what measuring requirements are required there.
Did you get a new home?
No, not yet.
But as soon as he does, he will christen it by measuring his dong. So then you have to set aside time for that this week, or will you kick that down to the next weekend?
I don't know. I don't, because I'm not going to go buy a ruler. So that means
You must have a tape measure in your home.
It's my roommates, and I feel
roommates,
weird
so
about
they're
it.
using it, yeah.
I feel weird about using that. Like that would be like
That you were talking about his tape measure.
Yeah, I don't have any tools. All my carpentry tools are long gone. I think my mom probably has some of those. So again, I'm not gonna go home and look through my mom's stuff like, do you have my old tape measure from high school? like I could go buy one, but it's not that deep. I'll figure out
You
something.
get a Home Depot, get a yardstick, 99 cents. You got a little hole on it so you can hang it
There you
side
go.
of the fridge.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'll try.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess if that's information that you need, I think.
I was like, do you guys want the results?
No, again, it's one of those things where it's like it's done, I think, primarily when you're younger, because once you're an adult man,
It doesn't change.
you got what you got, and
Yeah.
you're either getting thumbs up or thumbs down from people, and whatever.
And
if you don't know, and a lot of dudes don't know what the hell they're doing anyway, so who cares what they got?
Because they're like, oh, you measure from, they try to change the measurements to get a few extra inches or something.
Well, no,
like that.
that's silly. I mean, that's like a joke, but I mean, everybody knows what they got.
Yes.
And if you're getting positive reviews
Right.
on your use of it, and that's all that matters. So yeah, maybe you do it one time after wrestling practice or something,
As far as being like that size queen, I'm so glad I'm not that shallow.
Boy, me too. Good pun.
I'm shallow about a lot of things, but As long as you're not like, micro size.
Good
I really
for you.
don't care.
As long as you are not a micro penis, Poundcake will talk to you.
But you still got to be cute. So I'm
You
just.
still got to be cute.
I'm demeaning in other ways, but just not that.
Yeah. Just don't have a micro penis. Well, this cat that was out here on the sidewalk didn't have to worry about that, I guess.
No, he did not.
I've got to take a break. Hey, want to go see Clutch, the pride of Maryland? They're coming back to do a show, Jacob's Pavilion at Nautica. You see them outside this time. But if you're a Clutch fan, it's always fun when they come through. So I'll have a couple of passes for you for that show. It's May the 14th. It's a Sunday night. And then the next chance for you to grab some money, $1,000. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself on the way at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
In addition to being Captain Fun, I'm a nice guy, right?
I'm home of the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane. Pow!
100.7
WMMS.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Increasing clouds tonight, low in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, showers, high in the mid to upper 50s. Then Friday, cooling down, chance of snow showers. Friday's high, upper 20s.
This report is sponsored by Safe Auto Insurance.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings of up to 25%, you could stop compromising and keep driving. Get a
to Admissible, Shreds of Evidence on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Clutch. They are back in Cleveland this spring. The No Stars Above tour with Amigo the Devil. Remember them? And Nate Bergman. Clutch in your headlining spot. It's going to go down at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica Sunday night, May the 14th. The tickets info, everything else at axs.com. Call 10. You'll go to Clutch. Always fun when those guys are in town. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Gonna go to this?
I think so.
Yeah.
This is one that...
The Domino's song.
Domino's.
Take that, Walker Hayes.
Or the pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Clutch. Clutch is fun.
Clutch is dynamite.
I've seen them live a couple times.
They've just been hard workers for 30 years, you know? They just... When you can be a working band that can tour when you want to, and nobody's getting rich... But, I mean, you maintain your fan base over a long period of time. You never flop live. That goes a long, long way, boy.
What was the date?
May the 24th?
Let me see.
May the 14th.
Busy.
May the 14th. It is a Sunday night.
Oh, I'm in New Jersey the night before.
New Jersey.
That's Mother's Day.
It is Mother's Day. Want to take Mom to see Clutch? It's not just a purse. Yeah, Mother's Day is what that is. So, listen, maybe you've got a super cool mom.
Yeah, Mom.
Who wants to go see Clutch. Do it there. Yeah. Amigo the Devil. What happened to that dude? He was at Sonic Temple pre-COVID. Saw him there. So, Clutch taking him out. I'll have more money for you in about 6 or 7 minutes. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. Talking about baseball earlier. Guardians, everybody's out in Arizona. The pitchers and catchers are beginning to report to their respective parks. Guardians will do it this Friday, and then everybody else will show up middle of next week. I was reading about the guy who does play-by-play for the Cardinals lost his gig. Look at this guy's name. This is a dude named Dan McLaughlin, longtime St. Louis Cardinals play-by-play TV announcer. Was coming up on his 25th year. But they're not having him back because of his third DUI.
Third time's a charm.
It's as though he's never heard the phrase 3 strikes and you're out, you dummy. All you got to do is just keep your head down, man. These guys at like DWI or the guy who lost the gig in with the Royals, or was it the Reds?
No, it was
the Reds.
I think it was
the guy in the Reds. Yeah, who was?
I think he was on the Reds, but I think they were playing the Royals when they have.
He's on a hot mic
because he was going to Kansas City. Yeah.
Oh, these guys. So
his apology is still one of the best apologies of all time.
Because he's still doing the game.
He's still doing the game. It's an all-time classic.
Well, wasn't his dad a big guy in broadcasting there? Tom Brenneman was the guy. who lost his gig because he used the anti-gay slur on the air. He referred to San Francisco as...
No, Kansas City.
Kansas City?
Yeah, I think it was Kansas City.
Yeah, it wasn't like a San Francisco. It was a smaller city or like...
He called... I guess he's hosting a news show in Cincinnati now, but really? I was thinking it was San Francisco because of
I thought it was Kansas City.
You're probably right, but it's like, who has ever called Kansas City that? I mean, I don't know that. Anyway, I can't find that video, but his apology was pretty good. They came back.
Can you find the apology?
Yeah, hold on. Apology awkwardly interrupted by the Reds' home run. Yeah.
He called Kansas City one of the F-word capitals of the world.
That's right. Come on, man. Okay, let me find it here. This would have been August of 2020. So this is almost 3 years ago. Interrupted by the Nick Castellanos home run, top of the ninth. All right, that's not it. You got to wait around for all this nonsense, and then that ain't it. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith.
Oh, boy.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
Oh, that's good. I think of myself as a man of faith. It's time to wipe my ass with Jesus again. Oh, boy. So, yeah, Dan McLaughlin, who is, it's his turn in the barrel. He's the play-by-play TV guy for the St. Louis Cardinals. Or as when I was on in St. Louis, called them the Birds, Bill. Hey, the Birds are in town tonight. Right?
Right.
Pujols and the Birds tonight.
Pujols.
He will not, boy, what a final season that dude had. Holy cow.
What a great career.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these guys, you know, they want to call it quits and they just drag it across the line. Pujols was like, take that. Sayonara, suckers. Dan's been the voice of the Cardinals for 24 years. We thank him for his contributions, but we're sorry. 3 DUIs is too many. I guess after 2, they were like, well, people like him on television. Oh, well, okay. But you'd think that a baseball guy would be a bit more in tune to the whole third time's a charm thing. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, you know, we've talked about this before.
It didn't crash in East Palestine too, did it?
No. Fumes all over the place. No,
That'd
but
get people
hot
talking.
dog water.
Yeah, hot dog water all over the place.
When they get the, you know, when it comes around for them looking for people to drive the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, they get tens of thousands of applications to do this, and they only pick a handful of people. But it's a big, big thing that Oscar Mayer does every season where they're like, we're looking for kids to drive the Wienermobile. Have you ever seen the Wienermobile in person?
I have not.
I have not been that lucky.
I saw it parked at the Doubletree parking lot one time in Westlake, right off the Crocker exit there. I was headed home, and it was just parked out in the middle of like they were crashing there for the night.
That's why you don't need 3 sides, because you have the true fulfillment of seeing the Wienermobile in person.
He's always full.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Wienermobile had its catalytic converter stolen in Vegas.
That's so 2023.
I know it is, isn't it? Man, they do not mess around. They're like, there's a vehicle. Let's get the catalytic converter. It was parked outside a motel in Vegas. It was in town for Super Bowl stuff. And somebody got right under there, pulled out the catalytic converter. They had to tow it to a repair shop. Boy, that'd be great. If you're the repair shop that gets the Wienermobile. I don't know if you can, obviously, if these are parked at hotels and motels, you can't sleep in it. I would think it might be a vehicle Maybe they don't want the liability of people sleeping in it, the people who go out and drive it. They took it to a Penske Trucks location there in Las Vegas, and they had to find you can't get something like that up on the lift. They had to find a way to fix it. So they found a catalytic converter to temporarily fix it. There are 6 Wienermobiles in operation, and catalytic converters are being stolen left and right. And so even the Wienermobile was not spared. I got money for you. It's $1,000 as promised, a chance to go fund yourself. Last week to do it, so each and every one of these, I hope it works in your favor. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
After hours line for people who want to drop voicemails there, you can do it. It is 216-986-8903.
This is John, the truck driver, self-proclaimed king of I-71. What year did the King Biscuit Flour Hour premiere,
Jesus.
and when did it end? You've been in radio for 30 years. I find stuff like this interesting. Love the show. Until you anoint me a bureau chief of I-71 North and South, I will stay self-proclaimed king of I-71 North and South.
Do we have any highway bureau chiefs?
We have a lot of truckers.
But does anybody hold the title of like bureau chief of 480?
Yeah, somebody is a bureau chief on 95 out on the East Coast. I got a guy there. I guess he will be our 71 mobile bureau chief.
There you go.
Nothing wrong with that. By the way, I tried Eastbound and Down Again.
It's too much.
Not for you?
I cannot do it.
That's
It's too. The little Danny McBride goes a long, long way, and I cannot get into it. Tried it, and yeah, you got King Biscuit Flour Hour. Jesus,
I don't know.
mean,
That must have been
that's-
on when you were in high school.
In the 40s.
I mean, it started in the 70s, and it ran for a good 20 years. So, I mean, I remember hearing it when I was in high school. Rock stations would run it super early on like a Sunday morning because it was just a little hippie music show. And so they're like King Biscuit Flour with a lot of reverb and a lot of King Biscuit Flour Hour. All I know about it is that the guy who started it, ironically, co-founded the UFC. That's like a weird thing I remember about, yeah. I forget the guy's name, but the guy who started King Biscuit Flour Hour co-founded the UFC. Yeah, for people who don't remember it, it was like an hour-long, pre-recorded radio show that started out as kind of like late 60s hippie stuff, and that was always kind of the vibe of it. The guy that did the voiceover was... He kind of had a stoner vibe to him, and, But it was on for, I don't even know if it's on anymore. I don't think it is, but I remember it being on when I was in high school. Oh, hold on. You got to dodge him, you got to duck him. Yeah, Bob Meyerowitz was a fan. So you got to dodge him, you got to duck him. He's the guy that co-founded the UFC. It's just a syndicated radio show called The King Biscuit. Now, but that is also, it's right down the middle of what a trucker would be listening to. If you're let's say you're deadheading overnight, you might have Coast to Coast AM on. The Werewolf Chupacabra show?
Yeah.
George Norrie, I think TAM still airs it overnight. That's a great show. And you're driving home after a long night, doing whatever you're doing, listening to somebody calling in with utter sincerity. That's the hook of that show, George Norrie and the guy Art Bell, who started the show for many, many years before he died. The secret sauce of that show is these guys with utter sincerity will talk to the craziest people on the planet. But I'd rather hear somebody going crazy over werewolves than somebody screaming about the election was stolen. Werewolves, I can't prove werewolves aren't out there. I can prove the election wasn't stolen.
I feel like there's a lot of proof that werewolves aren't out there.
Silver bullets and such.
Are you finding a lot of silver bullets?
Casings.
Are the casings also silver? You should save those.
They're by clumps of hair.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Clumps of hair.
You tell me if it's werewolf hair or not. You
Wow.
don't know. You're not a taxologist.
A taxologist?
Taxicologist.
Pardon me? What is a
What's the word?
taxicologist?
What's the word I'm looking
H&R
for?
Block? A taxidermist?
No. Toxicology.
A taxicology?
You think of taxidermy?
No.
No.
It's like when you test things.
Toxicology?
Toxicology.
Jesus, this one.
A toxicology report.
I'm like, a lycanthrope? What are you going for here?
Listen, my toxicologist said I got to owe a lot of money this year.
Yeah.
So-
You're short a couple of 1099s here that I'm going to need. Oh, the late, great Warren Zevon. You could do no wrong. Put him in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I haven't checked the fan voting recently.
Oh, let's check it right
It's
now.
only going to bum you out, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, Cyndi Lauper has beaten a bunch of people. That bums me out, but I'm always genuinely curious how that stuff happens. Like the people who, obviously the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is not their primary concern. They're Cyndi Lauper fans. And so they go, yes, she should, I want every good thing for her.
Just go to rockhallcleveland.com and check it and see.
It'll come right up. A lot of these things you got to like log in, and I don't want to do that. Rockhallcleveland.com. No, that's not coming up.
That's actually, my buddy made that it forwards to his website when people look that up, which I thought was very funny to do.
Nominees. Yeah, there's the nominees. Cast your vote. Vote now. Log in to submit. Come on, man. I just want to see the leaderboard. Oh, see current standings.
Yeah, you can see clearance stands. You just scroll to the bottom.
Cyndi Lauper is in the top spot. Cyndi Lauper, George Michael, Warren Zevon is in the third spot.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I'm not upset about that. At least locally, I would like to think that I had some small part in that. Soundgarden, Iron Maiden, Willie Nelson, Joy Division, Kate Bush, Rage Against the Machine, Sheryl Crow, Spinners, White Stripes, Miss Elliott, and A Tribe Called Quest at the end there. So your top five right now, according to the fans, Cyndi Lauper, George Michael, Warren Zevon, Soundgarden, Iron Maiden.
Oh, that song by them. We are a tribe. We're called Quest. You know that one?
I mean, it sounds vaguely familiar. I can't place the melody.
It's a Tribe Called Quest. It's like their signature song.
Signature.
We are a tribe.
Yeah.
A tribe called Quest.
Yeah.
But the way that we are a tribe.
Uh-huh.
Like a campfire song.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yep. Put him in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And listen, God bless Cyndi Lauper fans. I don't quite understand it. Wouldn't think she would have that much of a fan base presence anymore. Because these are not organic voting movements. This is not the nation of Cyndi Lauper fans rising up and going, yes, she should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Finally, she gets her due in rock and roll. George Michael, so I don't know. I feel like there are sinister forces at work, not to put too fine a point on it. I'm going to take a break here. Hey, want to go to Incarceration Festival? This happens out at the Ohio State Reformatory. Big festival this summer. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit. Those are your headliners for each of the 3 nights. Megadeth and Volbeat and Lamb of God and Bush. Tons and tons of other bands. I'll get you a couple of weekend passes. This is 14, 15, 16 July out in Mansfield. So we'll do that after the break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A 25-year-old woman in Wisconsin killed a guy during sex, then used
split. I'm Mike Ross in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go to Incarceration 2023 Music and Tattoo Festival back at the Ohio State Reformatory, July 14th, 15th, and 16th. Limp Bizkit, Pantera, Slipknot, those are your headliners. Flyleaf, Under Oath, Lamb of God, Suicide Silence, Fit for a King. Who else? POD is coming back. Highly Suspect, Volbeat, Coal Chamber, Hatebreed. What's a good tiny font band? God of Nothing, they're good. Born of Osiris, I think is on this too. Anyway, want to go? I got general admission weekend passes for you. Incarceration.com to get the exhaustive list. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak somewhere in this town. See, me and the boys, we don't like it, so we're getting up and going down. High and low, looking right to left. If you see us coming, I think it's best you move away. Do you hear what I say from under my breath? Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak.
The great Thin Lizzy, the great late Phil Lynott. That was one of the things I was most excited about. A couple of times I did the show in Dublin over the years was the Phil Lynott statue, which the second time I went was right outside the hotel that they put. It's right there on Grafton Street in Dublin. And there are probably a lot of people who might walk right past it, not even knowing who it is. But I was very excited to see that statue in person. I was reading a story about a guy who tried to get out of prison by dressing up as a sheep. In Bolivia, a convict tried to get out of a maximum security spot by disguising himself as a sheep. He was serving a 15-year sentence for homicide. And he wrapped himself up in sheepskin, and then they crawled through the grass. See, the weird thing is his nickname in prison was the Spider. But he was, I guess, planning on being on the lam, Bill.
Oh.
Nicknamed the Spider. It botched the whole thing. I guess they were doing a head count in the cells or something and didn't find Jose Luis Cayasaya Diaz in his bunk.
I'm surprised his nickname wasn't Wolf.
Wolf in sheep's clothing. But the video of the guy is awesome because it basically just looks like, it's not like he has a whole sheep's body on there. It looks like he's wearing a coat that's just like a Sherpa coat turned inside out. You can still see his pants and his head and his hands. So this was not very well thought out, but he tried to make a break for it dressed as a sheep. And it did not go well for him.
He's a bad boy.
With those refunds to the show last night.
There's Santora. Sorry, no refunds will be given.
No.
A couple of people texted me, did you guys talk about Mary's show yet? Yes, we did.
That means that they were there.
That means that they were there. That's right.
It's okay.
Uh-huh. Alan, it was such a shrimp show last night.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she talked about the whole thing, man. It was one for the books.
It was a mess. It truly was. It's one of
Did
those.
anybody dress like a sheep to try to escape?
No, they didn't. No sheep, I don't think. Well, there was some political talk, so someone could have shouted, "You're a sheep," at someone else.
Sheeple! You're a sheeple!
But it didn't get that far.
All right.
Bah! Bah!
Now, will you be triggered the next time you do the funny stop?
I don't think so. I think it was.
You
just
won't
a
have
one-time-
flashbacks of Valentine's night?
No, I think it was just a one-time thing. I think it was just a perfect storm of drunk people and.
But you've done Valentine's Day gigs before, I have
That's
to
what I'm
think.
saying. I usually do Valentine's Day at the Funny Stop the last couple of years, and this was just a very, very strange, drunk, high, loud crowd.
What if the people who were there take it upon themselves to make that a tradition?
Oh God. Maybe I'll relapse and join them at that point. Honestly, it seems like the only way. Can't beat them, join them. Just get super high and then just see where the night takes us.
Yeah. Oh, I think you know where the night's going to take you. No, we're good.
Next door to the Red Fox.
There you
That's
go.
where I'll go.
And fight with Brian over something not theoretical.
Real fight.
Something very practical. That's right. Alan, I thought you said he tried to get out of prison by dressing up as a sheik. No.
That could work too.
I have diplomatic community.
Yeah, he was screaming at them in all caps as he got out of there. No, not that. Did anybody subject themselves to Roseanne's new stand-up special?
No.
I just saw one of the
I didn't
clips.
know it came out.
And it just was exactly what I thought it was going to be. And no jokes, just anger.
I got to tell you, though, I mean, it's not like Roseanne doesn't know what she's doing. I mean, she's a professional comedian, and she might be rusty, but she knows how to write jokes. So I was kind of like, I am not sure what's happening here.
Maybe that wasn't the point.
Well, I guess.
I mean, I know the point of a comedy specialist to write jokes, but if that's not what she wanted to get across,
Yeah, but you're still a comedian, and I mean, you wouldn't have to, I guess. I mean, it was very reminiscent of that Jim Brewer clip that we played where he was at some, Christian convention and telling people, I don't know, but Jim Brewer looked like he was tweaking out on meth or something. Roseanne, I can't recall how old she is.
70s?
Maybe early. She's up there in pigtails and, I mean, she looks fine, but there's like this jittery quality to her. And I'll just play you a little bit here. I mean, like Bill said, it's pretty much what you think it would be. But again, you can get your political point of view across and still make it funny. She seems to be a recent convert, recent-ish convert to the other side of the aisle there. Because she got canceled. She says she got canceled. Of course, she didn't. But this is
she got fired from her show.
She did, yeah, but not. I mean, she.
I would say of the people that got canceled for what they say, hers was the closest thing to what people believe happens.
Pretty swift.
Yeah.
But her new hour is streaming over on Fox Nation, which is Fox News Channel's streaming service. I don't want to say streamer, Bill.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that.
They've been living in a bubble forever. Asking questions have nothing to do with the real world. What is my gender, Mom? Get a job. That's your gender. Ask what is a woman? They don't know that. I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me. That's what a woman is, okay? A woman is somebody whose boobs hang down to her knees with a prolapsed uterus from giving birth to 5 ungrateful little privileged never had to work for anything in their whole damn life.
Well, whose fault is that?
Yeah, I don't.
How you made these kids stupid? What? How?
I never understood when that was.
You can raise kids like
it's like the people who complain about participation trophies. You guys were the ones handing them out. What are you complaining about?
You know how stupid and lazy my kids are? You know whose fault that is? Theirs.
The woke mob.
Yeah. What a weird...
But does she have
Okay,
kids?
so it is making me laugh. Good job.
Yeah,
I gotta give it to her.
you're laughing.
She's making me laugh.
Oh, she has 5 kids. Yeah, okay.
Not
she's
for
got...
the right reason, but that was...
It's just pretty wild. I mean, listen,
you're their mom.
I always thought, I mean, one of Gwen's favorite shows is Roseanne. Anytime she wants like a comfort food show, she'll turn Roseanne on.
It's a funny show.
And I never got into it when it was on, but I've watched so much of it with her. It's a very funny show. Roseanne is a great show, and it tackled all kinds of things that at the time weren't being talked about on television. And from what I can tell, it was her getting fired because of the Valerie Jarrett tweet that really just sent her way over to this.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, she's never been one to withhold what she thinks, I guess, and that's fine. I mean, you can...
Can you believe how lazy my kids are?
Yeah, it's so strange. So, because I was interested to see it, I was like, oh, well, Roseanne is funny.
Maybe it's like...
But, like, my pronouns are kiss my ass. I'm like, that's not...
This might be the
You could
greatest.
write a funny joke for that, even if the whole pronouns thing is so lame and tired and whatever. She could write a joke to make that funny, and I don't know.
This might be the best Andy Kaufman-esque performance of all time. Maybe she just goes, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the comedy special that Fox Nation wants, and I'm going to write the first thing down that I think of.
And make a ton of money off
and
of
make
it.
a ton of money off of
Because
it.
I mean, maybe.
And just do
it's,
it
you're saying
tongue in-
it's just a big...
This is a big...
Troll.
Troll, yeah. Of everyone.
Yeah, I
Of
mean,
everyone.
I guess you could make a case for that.
I mean, when you're
if she kind of hadn't been doing this for a while. It's just
she had to get a lead up to it, so she's a very smart lady. She knows how to do, you know, she's been in the entertainment business for a long time.
Yeah.
I want to put it past her. This is... Play that clip again.
That's what I mean. Like, she's a funny comic. I don't know what...
They've been living in a bubble forever. Asking questions have nothing to do with the real world. What is my gender, Mom? Get a job. That's your gender. Ask what is a woman? They don't know that. I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me.
I'll clap there.
That's what a woman is, okay? A woman is somebody whose boobs hang down to her knees with a prolapsed uterus from giving birth to 5 ungrateful little privileged never had to work for anything in their whole damn life.
But once again, you're their mom.
Well, she went on, she was sitting on one of those Fox News panel shows or something. They wanted to talk to her about cancel culture, whatever. And she was talking about, look, ABC didn't allow me to go on any of their shows and apologize for it. They just canceled. And she brings up Kimmel doing blackface and apologizing. And she's like, they didn't fire any of them. That is a valid criticism.
That is very valid.
Yeah. But the whole, like, I don't know, man, it's weird. Because then she goes after, like, the people who were supporting her. Because at that time, anybody who would come out in support of her were like, look, Roseanne needs help. Right? She's like, clearly she's having some issues, blah, blah, blah. Apparently she really took offense to that. She was pissed at Kimmel, who was like very publicly supportive of her. He's like, I know Roseanne and I don't know what this is, but she needs some help and I hope people take care of her or whatever. And that pissed her off. Like Whitney Cummings, when they brought Roseanne back, they had a murderer's row in that writer's room.
Mm-hmm.
They had Norm and Whitney and, you know, and they were all like, I gotta get the hell out of here. I think even before it got canceled, they were like, this is not going to go the way we think. And she's like, you know, Chappelle, he's doing his thing and he's not getting. So I kind of get where she's coming from there, but she couldn't even remember. She's talking about how few people supported her publicly, and she can't even remember Judd Apatow's name. I mean, if you're trying to make a point that very few people supported you, you think the name would come. You don't have many to pick from. You think the name would come right to you.
Is this in her special she brings it up? Or
No.
on
She
the
was
Fox
sitting down
News?
with like one of
Okay.
these panel shows. And the girl, it's like 5 of them. It's not the 5, but it's like one of those things. And they're like, The girl has no idea what she's talking about. She's just trying to move on to the next thing.
A few very, very brave people, such as I want to say, the most brave being my friend Monique and other comics. Now I can't remember his name, but I gave him his first job, and he's a huge director, not Joss Whedon, but I can't ever
It'll come to you. Roseanne, we were
the
talking
guy that directed 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Okay.
You know, him.
Yeah, yes.
Girl has no idea who she's talking
sure,
about.
that guy, yeah.
Anyway, I want it, yeah. So I bet Judd Apatow is really glad he publicly defended Roseanne when he did. She can't even remember his name. By the way, Gary Shandling famously gave Judd Apatow his first job. You know, if you know anything about Judd Apatow, the kid was a teenager and he was interviewing comedians. Like he's writing letters to Steve Martin and George Carlin, and like when he's like 14 and 15 years old.
Yeah, he's got all the tapes still.
Yeah.
He was roommates with
Sick in the Head is the book. And
Adam
yeah.
Sandler, like crazy.
So Gary Shandling, the late, great Gary Shandling, hired Judd Apatow as a kid to write. Gary Shandling used to host the Grammys in the early 90s. And then he hired him on the Larry Sanders Show, which is still probably my favorite show of all time. But I remember Judd Apatow's name from the credits of the Larry Sanders Show before any of that other stuff. But if you're trying to make the point that no one defended you, boy, you think you'd be able to remember the names of the people who did.
All three of them. That's what she's saying.
Kind of, yeah. She's like,
oh,
she goes, people come up to me at parties and say, thank you so much for saying what you said, but they won't say it out loud and publicly. And I get where that would piss you off.
I like that she's...
If people are coming up and whispering things to you and she's like, hey, can I get some help over here? But boy, you think you'd remember the name of the 3 people who defended you in Hollywood.
You think if you didn't want your kids to be so lazy, you would not just give them money and tell them to get a job.
Yeah, I don't know what that relationship is, but
that's a weird thing to be mad about. It comes across very bitter. A lot of bitterness.
And I don't mind bitterness if it's funny. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched some of it. That's the clip that was going around. I watched some of it, but I was like, it was, again, very reminiscent of the Jim Brewer thing, where he's just getting up, screaming about COVID and making weird noises, and where that's kind of Brewer's thing anyway. But I don't know. So I don't know what's next for her. I don't know if this was to...
She should have more kids.
Well, I don't know if this was to
uterus
gauge...
is prolapse.
She's got enough money.
No, listen.
She can
Prolapse
get a clone baby and do it right.
Never a bad time to use the word prolapse. Alan, I feel so sorry for Roseanne and her net worth of $80 million.
Right.
Well, again, if you're a performer, though, you want to... It's not always about the money. I mean, yeah, you're much better positioned to say screw you. But if you're a performer, you want to not be boxed in, I guess. And her thing is that trouble is when you lean into it like that, that's going to be your audience from now on.
Yeah. You double down.
Right.
This is what you do now.
Yes.
Unless she does come out a year from now and is like, haha, y'all fell for it. Like, I don't know. Like
That'd be
Bill
amazing.
said.
I don't think she was married a bunch of times. She's got 5 kids. I don't think she had any with Tom Arnold. I don't think she had it. So I think she had like maybe 3 of them with her first husband or something before she kind of got famous. I don't know what that layout is, but, and she does sound like the stuck in Newark forever lady. Yes. Because of the way she says forever. But,
I feel like we could also do the song that you played coming out of break, Jailbreak. We could make that into a song about Roseanne's uterus being prolapsed. Tonight there's gonna be a prolapse.
Prolapse.
They've been living in a bubble forever. Asking questions have nothing to do
Forever,
with
yeah.
that I would sit in Newark forever.
Yeah, maybe that is Roseanne. Holy cow, we've cracked the code. So yeah, she had that reality show where she was with that dude and they were like farming macadamia nuts or whatever. But again, I have to... if I never liked the Roseanne show from back in the day, I'd be like, oh, whatever, it's not on my radar. But I remember seeing her live many, many years ago. She did a walk-on at there was a club I used to work back in the day called the Funny Firm in Chicago, where Nick DiPaolo stole my girlfriend. And she did like a walk-on one Thursday night or something like that and bumped everybody. And And she was great. She's very funny. So there's no doubt, obviously, you might not like her material, but she can write comedy. And so maybe you're right that it's a troll. I'm not getting that vibe.
But that's how committed she is to it.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Stupid, lazy kids.
Yeah, stupid, lazy kids.
I like this. She's not talking about a gender. She's talking about her kids specifically.
Yeah.
That she raised.
Never worked for anything in their lives.
Well, that's because you were so successful.
Why didn't you tell them to go get a
us.
job?
Yeah.
Even if you're successful, you tell your kids. Plenty of rich celebrities who've got like kids with their heads on straight.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Cox Show, not the after hours line. You leave voicemails there, but you can leave talkback messages, by the way, if you listen in the iHeartRadio app.
Alan, listening to a podcast of the show, something from last week, and you played a crying baby. I have twin babies. That triggered me so hard. I was not able to do anything for said crying baby, and it wasn't even real or mine. But oh my God, did that stress me out. Hate the show.
I'm happy to help. I mean, this is... Alex Jones. Oh. I've had women tell me that when I play that clip occasionally, women who have a newborn or something, they are equally triggered, but they also start to lactate.
I thought that was a myth.
It is not a myth. Women's bodies will react to hearing a crying baby. You'll get some nip drip. Now, I don't think you'll lactate if you hear Alex Jones cry. He will lactate. Oh, come on. Okay, I got a break. Are we going to do the Poundcake sports break?
I'm going to try and do it. Yeah, absolutely. I just need to rehearse a little bit in the break.
Okay. Sports break is imminent. I will have those Disturbed tickets for you, too. They haven't toured in quite a while, so they're going to come back to do Blossom this summer. So if you're a Disturbed fan, coming through with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger, end of August at Blossom. So we'll do that in a bit. Another $1,000 is on the way, too. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself coming up at 5:30.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened
Elk Traffic Center. If an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. An accident taking out the right lane, I-480 westbound after Lee Road. That as you stop and go from Warrensville, you have slow traffic I-480 westbound between West 130th and I-71, and an accident in Medina, Route 18 at Monetta Road. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Safe Auto Insurance. Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings of up to 25%, you could stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Savings vary, terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
13 exonerations, all connected to one forensic scientist. I'm Tessa Kramer, host of the new podcast series, Admissible, a podcast about evidence.
Those aren't my genes.
This is the worst kind of fraud.
It calls into question the cases that she worked.
Yeah, they knew this.
And she worked a lot of cases.
There's no way they didn't know it was wrong.
Listen to Admissible, Shreds of Evidence on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, it's the return of Disturbed. They have not toured in 5 or 6 years. They're on the Take Back Your Life tour. Gets them out to Blossom, a special guest, Breaking Benjamin and Ginger, Ukrainian band who kind of withdrew in the aftermath of the Ukrainian war. But they're back on the road, part of the Minutemen concert series. It's going to go down Sunday night, August the 27th, out at Blossom. LiveNation.com has got whatever other info bits you need. A couple of tickets here for you. Be caller 10, 2 for Disturbed and Company. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got the Poundcake Sports Break a few minutes away. And another chance for you to grab $1,000. Listen for that next keyword here in about 6 or 7 minutes. Last week to go fund yourself. Week 7 of 7. They fly by week to week and day to day. So if you haven't won yet, you still have plenty of chances to do that through the remainder of the week. The Cavaliers will play tonight. They're playing, they're here at home or no?
No, I think they're in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. They're playing the Sixers in Philly tonight. I was focused on that Danny Green thing. The Cavs grabbed Danny Green from the Spurs?
Well, he was bought out.
Bought out, but I mean, the Cavs drafted him like 10 years ago.
14 years ago, yeah.
Holy cow.
Yep.
So Danny Green, waived by the Rockets.
Back to the Cavs.
And back to the Cavs. Coach H.R. Flickerstick says he's very, very excited about the whole thing. Was he ever he was just a college player, right, Bickerstaff? He wasn't he didn't play in the pros.
No, he didn't play in the pros. His dad was a professional coach, Bernie Bickerstaff.
Okay.
Yeah. Bernard
Bickerstaff.
I'm Bernard Bickerstaff.
Yeah. Well, his wife's Foxy, Nikki Bickerstaff.
That's a great
which is
name.
a great name.
That's a great name.
She could go
Nikki
by
Bicker.
Nicole.
Yeah.
She'd go by Nikki. Nikki Bickerstaff. Kevin Love. They're not sure what's going on with Kevin Love. He's not playing.
He's not playing, but he's still, a good locker room guy. And
good locker room guy.
Yeah, he's
You know what
What,
he
he
means.
snaps you with a towel when you're leaving the showers?
And then go, ho. He's like, you
Like
gotta
the
keep you on your
copper tone?
toes, guys.
Right. Good locker room
He's
guy.
He's a good teammate. He keeps the guys engaged. He helps,
It's a big team. You got plenty of guys that could do that on the cheap.
But they don't have they have to pay this money no matter what.
Yeah.
Somebody's have him do something. So you have him kind of be like almost an assistant coach.
Huh. Yeah, but they're not going to keep him. He got one more year left on his deal?
His contract ends at the end of the season, I believe.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, so they'll just, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll ride off into the sunset. You say he'll probably want to play for somebody else.
I think he might try and go join up with a contender, or he might sign with the Cavs again and just play for a much cheaper contract, and just
What if we got him on
be
the
a good
Bulls?
Go
Kevin Love on the Chicago Bulls.
Would you like that?
Of course.
Okay.
It'd be a little bit of Cleveland on my home team.
Now, if the Cavs win
I
the
wouldn't hate
championship
that.
this year,
If
the Cavs win the championship this year, then I bet he will retire.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
He'll go, I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good way to go out.
Well, my money's on the Grizzlies for the West. So if it's Grizzlies Cavs, I can win a lot of money there. I'm putting my bets in way in advance.
The Suns are the favorite in the West now, I think.
Nuggets.
Nuggets, yeah, I guess they're number. But with the addition of Kevin Durant, I think the Suns are going to take it.
And they still have Steve Nash. They got the round-mound rebound.
No.
They got, I'm sorry?
No.
They have Dan Marley?
No.
Bob Marley.
Dan Marley. Shut up, Mary. Don't help
No
him.
Dan Marley?
No Dan Marley.
Oh, come on. Are you sure?
He's been retired since, I want to say, the mid-90s.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about playing. Great players.
Yeah. I did
You
have
sure?
I had a Marley bar back in the day. He had his own candy bar. It
Well,
was like $500,000. It was very good.
Okay. Well, listen, Sun's got a great team. Hornacek's still in there, and
Nope.
What? Yeah, he's one of those locker room guys.
He just hangs out in the locker room. Yeah?
Larry Nance Sr.
No.
He's a locker room guy. Him and Kidd, they're getting people together, and kind of they're taking the young bucks and they're pointing them in the right direction. That's how they do it in Phoenix. You can't count on these young guys to know their way around. You got to have Amari in there to point him in the right direction.
Amari who?
Amari Stoudemire. Didn't he play for the Suns?
Yeah. I was watching.
Star of the movie Trainwreck.
Was in the movie Trainwreck.
Star of the movie Trainwreck.
I want to say star.
Star of the movie Trainwreck. What were you saying?
I was just watching some Jordan highlight from his final All-Star game, and it was weird seeing him play against some of the players that were from that next generation. He's playing against Sean Marion, who was on the Suns, and I just thought that was weird to see those two on the court together.
Yeah.
Just
Old
those
school,
weird,
baby.
The Wizards Jordan years are still very weird to me because you don't see a lot of highlights from that. It doesn't get talked about a lot.
That to me is like when he was playing baseball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where you don't know much about it, but then you'll see some stuff, and there's some really cool stories about it, and then there's some stuff where you're just like, it's just so weird seeing him in that uniform and him coming off the bench. It's just strange.
It's like the second Darren in Bewitched. It's like when they replace a guy with another guy and they don't. Okay, let me give you this money and then we'll get to the Poundcake sports break. As promised, right now is $1,000 to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Okay, Poundcake, you're ready to do this?
Mm-hmm.
You're feeling good? Have you stretched out? Have you done your calisthenics?
I ain't do all that, but I feel okay.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, we're talking FaZe Banks. Never heard of him? Neither have I, but apparently he is a world-famous gamer / YouTuber. He was out at a Super Bowl party this past weekend, and someone got him up on his watch. FaZe was wearing a custom-made, one-of-a-kind Richard Mille watch worth over $200,000. FaZe was watching Drake perform, and then when things started getting lit, he stuffed the watch in his pocket only for someone to snatch it. Can you believe it? Now FaZe is begging on social media for his watch back. Mr. Banks, you about to take a bigger L than the Eagles did on this one. No one is returning that watch. Not even for the $50,000 reward you're offering. Take it from me, y'all. He got off easy. If he was wearing that in the hood with no security, FaZe would have caught that fade, if you know what I mean. Mr. Banks, I hope Mr. Banks has great insurance. Also, happy belated Valentine's Day. Are you guys curious to know what your favorite stars were doing? Well, I'm going to tell you anyways. Newly divorced Giselle Bundchen wanted to highlight that she's single this year, and when asked who was her Valentine, she took a page out of my book and said, I love my Duke. This whole time I thought I was doing a British accent, but apparently it was Brazilian. I report on Tom and Giselle a lot in the sports break because their tale is so tragic. They were together since 2006 and were married for 13 years. It's so heartbreaking, but don't worry, Giselle. I love my Dukes too. And lastly, someone who didn't spend Valentine's Day alone, Larsa Pippen. She posted a photo on her Instagram of Marcus Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, saying that he is her forever mate. Cupid just don't know what to do with this bitch. All the girls receiving expensive chocolate on Valentine's Day, well, Larsa got you beat. Y'all gotta give it up to the goat of gold digging, the OG wag, and ask Larsa, and she'll tell you, Pippen ain't easy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Spread.
All right, well done.
This
he landed the plane.
is a Poundcake Sports Spread.
I give that one a 5 out of 5.
Yeah, he pulled it up at the end there. I wasn't sure where it was going in the middle there, but
Pippen ain't easy.
what do you call Tom Brady's ex-wife?
Bundchen?
He always booted. Where do you get Buttigieg?
Bundchen.
Bundchen. Giselle Bundchen. No, it's not spelled Buttigieg. He's calling her Giselle Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Rocking everywhere.
She's the 16th richest woman in the entire entertainment industry. That's a lot of riches. She has a lot of riches.
Has much riches.
Mucho riches.
Many riches.
Yeah.
Should we play a sports game?
Oh, do you want to play something fun?
Let's play a sports game.
Okay. I'm going to play this clip for you. You guys can play along.
And he said, Dad, guess which is it? Is it NBA or NFL?
I don't know if this guy's a preacher or what he is, but he's talking to a group of people.
Yes. And basically, you're going to guess whether this is the NBA or the NFL. He's going to read off some stats. You guess NFL, NBA.
Okay.
And he said, Dad, guess which is it? Is it NBA or NFL? 36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud. 19 have been accused of writing bad checks. 117 have directly or indirectly been bankrupted at least 2 businesses. 3 have done time for assault. 71, I repeat, 71 cannot get a credit card due to their bad credit. 14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting. 21 currently are defendants in lawsuits, and 84 have been arrested for drunk driving in the last year.
Mm-hmm. Now he asked for a show of hands.
Oh.
Well, he asked the crowd for a show of hands, right?
All right, yeah.
How many of you think NBA?
Mm-hmm. Some hands go up.
How many of you think NFL?
Mm-hmm. Some other hands go
All
up.
right, let's get Poundcake and Mary's response.
I say NFL. Or is that going to be like, is there a twist? Is it actually like the Catholic Church or something?
You're warm.
You're warm, yeah. We'll give you a C.
So there is a C option.
I mean, they didn't give you a C option, but yeah, that's kind of the direction it goes.
But
that's very astute of you to figure that out.
Originally, I was like, oh, it's going to be the NFL.
Yeah.
But now that I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, it's Republican Party. Like some kind of politician.
Okay.
Poundcake, what do you think?
I'm just going to say NBA because I don't know which one.
Because he wasn't listening.
No, you said it went into the direction of like the Catholic Church or whatever it was.
Do you want me to play it again? Did you not hear it?
Okay, go ahead, play it again. I missed it.
And he said, Dad, guess which is it? Is it NBA or NFL? 36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud. 19 have been accused of writing bad checks. 117 have directly or indirectly been bankrupted at least 2 businesses. 3 have done time for assault. 71, I repeat, 71 cannot get a credit card due to their bad credit. 14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting. 21 currently are defendants in lawsuits, and 84 have been arrested for drunk driving in the last year. How many of you think NBA? How many of you think NFL? Well, the answer is neither. It's the 435 members of the United States Congress.
And he's a white guy talking to what I guarantee you is a white audience, by the way. And they're
you
like,
can hear that
"Yep."
response. They go, rabble, rabble, rabble.
That's right. Yep. All of our arms went up because we thought you were talking about somebody else who didn't look like us.
Maybe he was talking to Congress.
Oh, I think they would
And
have
he
known.
said, "You idiot!"
Yeah, Congressman, like, that was me. I got 4 of those DUIs myself.
Someone's just ticking off the put a finger downs every time he mentions something. He's like, put a finger down.
They let Matt Gaetz off the hook. That investigation's done.
Oh, the prostitute one?
Yeah, like getting teenagers on Venmo or whatever.
But his friend is probably still locked up, right?
Yeah, I think
sang
so.
like a canary.
Well, they
throw him under the bus.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was like, oh, he got pinched, so now he's going to rat. And then he was trying to get him out or he was trying to snitch on him to get out, or get some type of better deal. And they were like, nope, you still a snitch, and now we're going to leave you in there.
And what happens to snitches?
They get stitches, but like if...
No ding on that one?
No, they get stitches.
Yeah, they get stitches.
He gets stitches.
Hey, tomorrow, comedian Mike Winfield is going to be back on the show. He's very funny. I like catching up with him. But you know what else tomorrow is?
Nothing.
I do.
Nothing of importance.
No, that's not true.
Are you sure? It's just like a Thursday.
It's Lil Billy Squire's birthday tomorrow.
Lil Billy Squire tomorrow?
Lil Billy Squire tomorrow. That's right. Remember last year when Mary Santorum called and serenaded you?
That was awesome.
The Reading Rainbow song?
Bill Squire is the guy. He is the reason why we celebrate on this date. It's William's birthday. Bill can do anything from eating cake to masturbate. It's William's birthday. Bill can go anywhere. We celebrate on this date. It's William's birthday. It's William's birthday.
Nailed that falsetto.
Wow, look at that. From last year, our own Mary Santora was gone, and Mary Santorum
stepped up to the plate.
We'll check in from time to time, and just a glorious, glorious birthday. Eat your heart out, Marilyn Monroe and JFK. It was Mary Santorum's serenade of Lil Billy Squire last year. And tomorrow, one more around the sun. What are you, 42 tomorrow?
41.
41 years young.
You're in your 40s. It's crazy.
Tomorrow.
I've been in my 40s, yeah.
You know, you're in your 30s, Poundcake.
I know. It's hard for me to believe that I'm in my 30s.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
There it is.
I didn't shop or anything, so I'm just gonna Venmo you. I don't have much money.
Who, me?
All
You
right.
should send it to Bill.
Bill.
You send it to Bill. Don't send it to me.
I'm giving him money.
I'll send you a request right now.
$2 million.
It better not be for a lot.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
How high do you think he'll go?
Who,
He
Poundcake?
just said he doesn't have that much money. Maybe
Yeah.
$50.
I've been a good friend to you.
Are you requesting him to Venmo you a
Yeah.
certain amount of money?
Let's see how much he's looking for.
He's gonna put in like
I
$5,000.
don't think I've ever
I need a
requested
good
anyone
laugh.
on Venmo. I pay
haven't
people all
either.
the time. I've never requested money from someone.
I get requests all the time from I don't know how the listeners find me, but they find me.
And then
And
they
then they
request.
ask you for money?
Yes, and they're hoping that I'm like lazy or not paying attention, thinking that they're giving me money.
That's like when people are like, oh, just send a wedding invite to a billionaire if you know their address and see if their assistant sends you a present.
Oh, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
funny.
start doing that. You don't actually have to have a wedding, right? You could just put together just go register at Bed Bath & Beyond or something.
That would be dishonest.
Take 25 off of that bill.
What do you request?
I requested 75. I didn't think I was going to get 50.
I will give you 50.
All right, then just send me
So you
50.
shoot high, and then he dials it back to where you really
I was gonna
want it.
give him 50. 20. What are you gonna do with $25?
That's what I'm saying.
I'll give him
Okay.
50. He's worth 50 at least. Just
Oh, look at
just
you.
50.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll cut mine back down to 50.
Same.
Listen,
Thanks a lot, Poundcake.
Welcome, and you're not even getting it till
what's
tomorrow.
good for the goose is always good for the gander. Oh, Shayla. I got a break. Hey, you want to text for something? 35192. If you don't, 35192. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here. Oh my God!
From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Basically, you just suck. I'll be honest with you.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Gonna get to go see these guys right around the corner this spring. Spirit Box, they're doing it might be their first headlining run in the U.S. They're a Canadian band. They're going to play May the 6th at the House of Blues. It's a mere 11 weeks away, probably. So don't sleep on those tickets. They've done a lot of festival slots over the years. And they're dynamite. Boy, are they good. Cavaliers play tonight. Back in the day, you'd spell that T-O-night. Cavs in Philly to play the Sixers at 7:30 on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you're in town but not near something that will provide the game for you, you can listen on your phone or whatever. And then we go into the All-Star break. And then the Cavs will return to play right here at home against the Denver Nuggets on February the 23rd, which is 1 week from tomorrow. So Cavs, Sixers tonight on MMS. Keep in mind, all through this month, only about a week and a half left, CLE Clothing Company, got a different promo code for you every month. Each one of them will get you 20% off whatever you want from them, no matter how often you use it. And throughout the month of February, you want to use the word heartthrob, which somebody explained to me you have to use as two words, which seems to defeat the purpose. If you're putting it in online, obviously, if you're in one of their stores and you're checking out, just whisper heartthrob to them. Or somehow mime it. I'm sure they'd appreciate that. But that's going to be your promo code for the remainder of the month of February. You can leave us messages, by the way. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can always drop us little talkback messages there.
Hello, this is Becky from somewhere in Wayne County. And I like playing this fun game while listening to the show where Alan says, nevertheless, and I yell, she persisted. Love you, bye.
Oh, boy, that is a fun game, isn't it? That's it's called the... I don't know where she is now, but let's see if she's playing it. Nevertheless...
Can't hear her.
No, I didn't hear her.
I guess she's not persistent.
I feel like I'm being trolled by that message. Well, anyway, the strangest headline I saw today was...
Poop icicle falls and impales man's eye.
Oh, I see you also read the Flint Journal.
I do.
No. Eminem's former stunt double, dead at 40 after being hit by truck.
Huh.
Oh. Now he looks like Mom's spaghetti.
This was the fake Slim Shady. Ryan Shepard is...
Can't stand up. Can't stand up.
Ryan Shepard is... he was 40 years old, and he had quite a post-Eminem career. He was his stunt double back in the day. 20 years ago, he was his stunt double for, like, the Grammys and stuff. He was the dude that was in the videos dressed up like Robin, and he was at the MTV Movie Awards. He went out on the Anger Management Tour 20 years ago. And after working with Eminem, he went off to be a mechanical ride engineer for Disney and SpaceX.
Oh.
He had two little kids. And he got hit by a car at this intersection in Seattle, I think, that is really, I guess Kennewick, Washington is the town, but an intersection that's really notorious for people getting killed. They've had more than their share of fatal crashes at this intersection. And he was hit by a truck. And they got him to the hospital, but he died there. But he was Eminem's stunt double is what he referred to himself as. A guy named Ryan Shepard. No word from Eminem as to, because you figured this was back in like the bleach blonde Slim Shady days, right? Now Eminem's got that jet black dyed vibe going on. But this was back when he was a young buck on the scene. Before, when he was the protege of Dre. Because you might remember, Eminem was constantly reminding people about Dr. Dre.
I didn't want people to forget.
Never forget was the original hashtag. Anytime you saw never forget, you were like, is it Holocaust Remembrance Day? Is it 9/11? Nope. It's Eminem talking about Dr. Dre. And 50 Cent was in there in the mix. A lot of people call him...
I thought he was in the club.
In the club, but in the mix.
Okay.
He reserved duh for the club. And I call him 50 because I met him a long, long time ago. If you've ever met him at least one time, you can kind of usher yourself into the familiar 50. If you've never met him in person, you have to refer to him as either 50 or Curtis. That's how he prefers it. Or Gun It, which was, of course, his old rap group. He likes that, too. Boy, this audience is not being kind to Roseanne, by the way. The people who are texting me, I played you some of the Roseanne stuff from her stand-up special.
Her pronouns are kiss her ass, so...
She gets 3.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah.
And you can...
Hey, listen, if it makes it... What?
You can just kiss her prolapse uterus. Just take a big old lick. Hey, she tells it like it is.
I know.
Listen, she's had 5 kids, so I take her... I
5
assume,
kids, 0 jobs.
Yeah, according to her. Mm-hmm. But I assume that... I don't know if you're predisposed to prolapse. I don't know if it's just a matter of time before that happens.
Do you have to go to college first before you become a prolapse, or do you have to, can you go straight from high school?
I believe that a community college, an associate's degree...
Will get you there?
Yes, it will get you there. You know, if you want to see
There's
prolapse...
no minor league of it?
I don't know about that. If you want to see prolapse personified, think about this family in England who already had 7 kids. And they just had quintuplets.
No.
Now, there's simply no way to know how many kids total that is.
I think in England that's called
a quid.
Yeah, it's a quid.
That's a baker's.
A quid pound. It's
okay.
A quid pound, yeah.
Well, I put the numbers into my handy dandy computer. So if they have 7 children already.
See who can do it faster.
And they just had quintuplets. Poundcake, how many kids is quintuplets?
6.
They have 7 children. They just had quintuplets.
5.
That's correct.
There was a Disney Channel show on. It was a Disney Channel show called Quince.
And yet you still didn't know how many it was.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. Everything goes back to the Disney Channel for him, doesn't it?
I mean, kind of.
Everything goes back to the Disney Channel. I was talking to somebody, and they were telling me, they said, it is bonkers, the range of things that Poundcake does and doesn't know.
It's my favorite.
Mine too, because he'll pull some things out. You know, I think in this specific instance, they were laughing at Poundcake pulling Hooverville out of his ass. And you made reference to Hooverville, and people just thought that was hilarious because they're like, how that, you know,
right.
The guy barely knows what quintuplets are, but then he pulls Hooverville. And my only thought is that just means that it showed up in SpongeBob or in the Cheetah Girls.
It showed up in
that seems to be the depth and breadth of anything you know comes from that spectrum.
I think it was.
It's not from a book. It's not from what?
I think it was an educational movie, but it was a movie nonetheless.
On like the Dust Bowl or the Depression or something like that.
Don't remember, but I remember the Hooverville because I thought it was funny. I was like, wow, people really like living in the trap, like little lean
in the trap. Yeah, they were. The Dust Bowl trap. The ghost of Tom Joad. Yeah, the shanty towns, right? Because Herbert Hoover was the president during the Depression, and everybody blamed him for it. And so they called them Hoovervilles. And Poundcake knows this.
At first, I thought everyone was getting it wrong, and I got it right because I thought it was Whoville, and then they were like, no,
Like the
Hoover.
Grinch.
Exactly. I was like, oh, that was like a real place. I was like, this based off a true story. He was just like making. I thought that's what got us out of the Depression.
Cindy Lou
that
Hoover.
movie starts with inside a snowflake. That's the first one. He's like, that's a real place inside of a snowflake?
Well, I was gonna, obviously a dramatization. It wasn't really real, but like based off of true events, and he just made.
Boy, you must like
movie.
the Grinch.
It's the first line in the movie.
You know
Inside
the
a
first line.
snowflake.
You know the first line of
I know the
Grinch.
whole first part. Inside a snowflake, like the one on your sleeve, there happens a story you must see to believe. That's the first part of it. And then it goes into the story.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
So you really like the Grinch?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I like Christmas movies in general.
Yeah. Did they ever expand the Grinch cinematic universe out past Christmas?
No.
No.
It was a bummer. I had some ideas.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Grinch gets a wax.
Oh, well, no. It's still different holidays.
Oh.
The Grinch gets, I was going to say, she skipped right past any other holidays, which was the question, right to the Grinch gets a wax.
Yeah. Why not? I was thinking more
Piles of green hair on the floor.
I was thinking more along the lines of like Ernest goes to prison and things like that. So it was like things that the Grinch could do as well.
Yeah.
It was a summer camp.
How the Grinch edged until Valentine's Day.
Oh, God. There's got to be a St. Patrick's one there.
Yeah.
The Grinch goes to jail. Or those
AKA
Jim Varney movies.
The Grinch goes to jail, AKA the Grinch celebrates St. Patrick's Day.
Mm-hmm. But this family, a British dad and his Polish wife, had 7 kids. They've had 5 more.
The Grinch
It's
kills
12,
zombie
by the way.
Jesus.
What?
It's 12. Zombie Jesus.
12.
I don't know what you were saying what to.
That can't be right. Let me... 7 kids. Plus 5. Carry the 1. Yeah, you're right. It's 12. The dad, Vince Clark, not the Depeche Mode guy.
I don't think anyone was thinking that.
I just said it. Didn't you recognize my voice?
I didn't.
They already have 7 kids. They have a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, 7-year-old twins, 4-year-old twins, and a 10-month-old. And now they have 2 new brothers and 3 sisters.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God.
It's so
Stop.
much.
Stop it.
Okay, but.
Stop.
Yeah. I was going to say, they probably didn't know they were going to have.
No, it sounds like they're on fertility drugs.
Yeah, they're like 2 pounds apiece. Stop. They're like, it's such a rare occurrence for this to happen. Yeah, this
How much
wasn't.
is that in American dollars?
Let me convert my currency here.
It's the dumbest segment we've ever done.
That's not true. We've done way dumber.
Oh, yeah, please.
We did a whole show on...
You haven't been on the show that long. I'm telling you what, there's been some real stupidity that has been...
Your pretend sitcom.
Everybody loves Mary.
Yeah.
Pretend?
It's
What have I
real.
been working on?
It's real. Don't worry.
Who have I been sending these drafts to?
They're going to pick it back up, babe. Don't worry.
For the last 10 weeks, Vince Clark, not the guy from Erasure, stayed at home looking after the other 7 children while the wife was in the hospital. They run their own businesses in the UK and Poland, so maybe they're people of means. That's okay. Sure as hell don't look like it. But, you know, each one's a blessing. What a blessing. Mother and children are all doing well, which I guess is the important part.
They can't each be a blessing. There's 12 of them. One of them's got to suck. Statistically, right?
Well, they're probably, most of them, they're too little to even, like, have a personality
How old's the oldest?
yet. 12.
That one might suck.
That one's going to resent them because that's the one that's going to have to
It's
help
already
out
a
with
parent,
the other
yeah.
kids. Yeah. Like, you get no teenage years. You have to take care of your younger siblings.
Hey, Larry.
Hey, how's it going, Alan?
Hello, Larry.
So you had asked if they had ever expanded on the Grinch universe beyond the book and the movies. And I think I found like the deepest cut over the Christmas holiday.
Yeah.
So if it starts from the first Santa Claus, and she's in all of them, even the TV series now. But when Tim Allen first gets to the North Pole, when she makes the hot chocolate, the elf there, she introduces herself as Cindy Who. And I think those elves that are in the North Pole are from still Whoville.
She doesn't introduce herself as that.
You're talking about in the Tim Allen Santa Claus movies?
Santa crossover world.
The one in the in the Tim Allen Santa Claus movie, the girl, her name is Judy. It's not
Is it Judy.
It's not
who?
Cindy.
She's
It's
a Who.
No, she doesn't. It's Her name is Judy.
I swore she says Who in that movie.
I don't think so. Santa Claus. I love, like I said, I love Christmas movies. Santa Claus is one of my favorites. I don't think she says I'm Judy Who, because then he like compliments her hot chocolate, and she's like, I'm seeing someone in gift wrapping or whatever. But
because I think I've only figured it out from the TV series. Have you seen a new?
I have
TV
not
series
seen
of
that.
Santa Claus?
No.
I think that's when I put it all together. But I'm going to go back now and watch that. It's February, but I'm going to watch a Christmas TV show now. Thanks a lot, Alan.
Okay.
Who gives a crap?
Thank you. I appreciate the call. Hey, on the subject of Tim Allen and Hollywood conservatives who are in no way being canceled, he's coming back for Toy Story 5. Hey!
Wait, they're doing Toy Story 5?
Yeah, he's going to whip it out in front of Woody. Like Pam Anderson, right? Yeah, he tweeted, see you soon, Woody, or something. Boy, nobody cared about that Buzz Lightyear movie with Chris Evans.
No, they did not.
And I didn't mind it. I thought it was entertaining enough. Like, it was weird, but I wasn't quite sure what they were trying to get across there, but it was fun to watch.
Blake loved it. Brian's daughter, who is 7, loved it so much that I then suggested, because that's a kid's movie, and he's like, dude, we've watched this movie like 8 times. And we had, at our family vacation over the summer, they were like, what should we watch for movie night? And I was like, oh, that Buzz Lightyear movie's like new. And every other kid hated it. Like, they lost interest 20 minutes in, and they were like, thanks for the suggestion, Mayor. I'm like, I don't know. Apparently it's been on repeat
how do I
in
know
our
what you're going to
house.
like?
Yeah.
How is that on me? Yeah, because I remember at the time, everybody was, like Patty Heaton, Pride of Bay Village. She got all her undies in a twist that they had recast Buzz Lightyear. And they're like, it's not the same guy.
Yeah, but I still think you just use Tim Allen because that's the voice.
Yeah, but they're trying to expand the universe.
Well, they tried and it messed it up.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean,
people like what they like.
Yeah, I know they do. But anyway, yeah, he said
a lot of people like Chris Evans, but they didn't want him as Buzz Lightyear.
They,
they took a swing and they missed. Pixar can have one failure.
Well, that also means that. What's his name's got to come back? Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Do you imagine?
I want there to be a Woody spinoff with Tom Hanks. They don't have Tom Hanks as Woody. They have Chet Hanks.
Booyah shaka! He's speaking in patois the whole time. I would love if Tim Allen came back for Toy Story 5 to play Buzz Lightyear, and Woody is Chris Evans.
That'd be funny.
Ah, yeah. Well, anyway, I don't think I've only seen the first 2 Toy Stories. I've never seen anything past those 2.
The third one's very emotional.
Is it?
The fourth
Aren't they
one
all?
was like, yeah, but the third one was the one where you thought it was like gonna end, and then they did the fourth one. You're like, we didn't really need this one. It was all right, but yeah.
All right. But I mean, Rickles is dead. Jerry Stiller's dead. Estelle Harris is dead. Come on, man. Toy Story 5, it's going to be Tim Allen, Tom Hanks, and Raquel. Oh, no.
No.
I got to take a break. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball tonight here on MMS. They are in Philly, ready to take on the Sixers tonight at 7:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it